It is 5:38. We're starting this closed session of the Calexico City Council, Calexico Redevelopment Successor Agency, Calexico Financing Authority regular meeting agenda. We're calling this meeting to order, starting with roll call, Ms. Gabby.
Mayor Ureña.
Here.
Mayor Potem Romo.
Here.
Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Manzanares. Councilmember Moreno.
Present.
We have a quorum, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Public comments not to exceed 3 minutes. This is the time for the public to address the City Council on closed session items only. The mayor will recognize you, and when you come to the microphones, please state your name and place of residence for the record. While members of the public are encouraged to participate, it is unlawful to disturb or delay the council meeting with personal or slanderous remarks. The City Council is prohibited by state law from taking action or discussing items not included on the printed agenda. Please direct your questions and concerns to the City Council. We will be absent any emergency items on closed session. We'll be adjourning to closed session at 5:39 p.m. It is 6:36 p.m. We are calling this open session of the Calexico City Council, Calexico Redevelopment Successor Agency, Calexico Financing Authority session to order. Ms. Gabriela, if you could please call roll call.
Mayor Ureña.
Present.
Mayor Potem Romo.
Here.
Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Manzanares.
Here.
Councilmember Moreno.
Present.
Present.
We have quorum.
We have quorum. We will now stand respectfully for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yes. Ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll be reading the mission statement. City of Calexico mission statement. Together we pledge to provide effective and efficient services in a courteous and respectful manner to improve the quality of life for all in our unique border community. Viva Calexico. Señora Romo, si pudiera invocar la sesión.
Thank you.
If you could remain, those of you who would like to remain standing for the invocation.
Gracias, Señor, por este día. Gracias por darnos la oportunidad de estar aquí presente, viendo asuntos importantes de esta ciudad de Calexico. Hoy en este día, Señor, pongo en tus manos a todas las madres de Calexico, del Valle Imperial, del Estado y de la nación y del mundo entero. Bendícelas y lleva al cielo a todas aquellas madres que ya no se encuentran con nosotros. Todo lo pido en el nombre de tu Hijo Jesucristo. Amén. Thank you.
Comencemos. Before we get to closed session announcements, I do have a brief announcement. As you can see, there is a film crew present. Just like every other citizen, they do have a right to film this public meeting. They're particularly filming for, I believe, some kind of environmental documentary here in our local community. Everybody else retains the same right to videotape within council chambers. Mr. Carlos, any closed session announcements?
Thank you, Mayor. City Council meeting closed session item 1 and 2 on the agenda received direction, but no reportable actions were taken. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. We are now moving on to the approval of the agenda. There is one emergency item to be added, which is the approval of a letter of understanding from the City of Calexico to the certified operators, SEIU Local 221, effective April 20th, 2023. At this moment, I will entertain any motions to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Just point of clarification.
Yes.
With this call for approval of the agenda, this does not include consent, right?
No, this is to approve the order of the agenda.
Or the
Yeah.
agenda, correct. And if we get clarity, what location on the agenda would you be adding this to?
Would you like to add this item to consent?
Okay, so I'll move to approve the consent item
Yes.
to be included. Okay.
For this item to be included as consent, is there a second to that motion? To approve the agenda?
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor Romo.
Is this where we pull items also? Later on.
Yeah.
On the consent agenda, you can make a
Yes,
motion
okay.
to pull items. All those in favor? Una copia. ¿Puedes usar esa copia si quieres? All those in favor of the motion on the floor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Announcements. Community officers, community office hours with Mayor Ureña continue to be held by appointment. No weekly office hours have been yet established, but we're working diligently to establish them with the Camarena Memorial Library.
Yes, we also, item number 4 in the presentation, we'll be pulling that item. It looks like the individual is not able to attend today's meeting.
We'll be skipping item number 4 due to Ms. Terry Nava from the Housing Authority who will not be present today. Moving on to presentations, we do have a proclamation honoring Mother's Day in the city of Calexico, both Mexican and American Mother's Day, May 10th and May 14th. I do believe we have that proclamation in front of us. We'll read it in English first, and I'll go ahead and begin. Honoring Mother's Day in the city of Calexico on May 14th, 2023, and May 10th, 2023. Whereas the Congress, by a joint resolution, May 8th, 1914, designated the second Sunday of May each year as a day in which to honor all mothers for their countless contributions to their families, their communities, and the nation. And whereas on May 9th, 1914, President Woodrow Wilson issued a presidential proclamation that officially establishes the first National Mother's Day holiday to celebrate America's mothers. And
Whereas for over a century, this nation has set aside one day each year to recognize the enormous responsibility a mother bears for the development of her children and our future citizens, and whereas American women have made wide-ranging contributions to our country throughout its history, as pioneer women who helped push westward the American frontier, filled countless industrial positions in wartime, when men have entered the armed forces in medicine, science, law, education, and every other profession. Women have helped this country achieve unparalleled successes, and
whereas Mother's Day also provides a special opportunity for a grateful nation to pay tribute to other contributions that the mothers of America are making toward because of their unconditional love. Mothers shape our lives and help us become the people we hope to be. And whereas on Mother's Day, we also honor those who have suffered the profound loss of the life of a child and those grappling with uncertainty and hopes of becoming someday. And whereas we especially thank the mothers who have led us through the COVID-19 pandemic. From the earliest days of this crisis, so many mothers across the country have worked essential jobs, borne the brunt of our caregiving crisis, and selflessly provided support and comfort in a time of anxiety and fear, and left the workforce to take on the full-time role of teacher and caregiver when our schools and child care facilities were closed or operating. And
whereas we also recognize the families who lost their mom due to COVID-19, other diseases, and cruel twists of fate this past year. May God bless their memory, and may this day fall gently on their loved ones left behind. And whereas when we support mothers, we support the prosperity, security, and well-being of the entire nation. A nation who would not be where we are today without the foundations of our mothers. This Mother's Day, let us honor not only our own moms for their many contributions to our lives, but all mothers whose arms have cradled new generations and whose gifts, unselfishly given, have blessed us all.
Ms. Romo, if you could proceed with the translation.
Absolutely. La ciudad de Calexico honra el Día de las Madres, considerando que el Congreso, por la resolución conjunta del 8 de mayo de 1914, 38 Estatuto 770, designó al segundo domingo de mayo de cada año como un día para honrar a todas las madres por sus innumerables contribuciones a sus familias, sus comunidades y la nación. Y por cuanto el 9 de mayo de 1914 el presidente Woodrow Wilson emitió una proclamación presidencial que establece oficialmente el primer día feriado nacional del Día de Madres para celebrar a las madres de todos los Estados Unidos. Y considerando que desde hace más de un siglo esta nación ha destinado un día del año para reconocer la enorme responsabilidad que tiene una madre por el desarrollo de sus hijos y de nuestros futuros ciudadanos. Y por cuanto las mujeres estadounidenses han hecho contribuciones de gran alcance a nuestro país a lo largo de su historia, como mujeres pioneras que ayudaron a empujar hacia el oeste la frontera estadounidense. Ocuparon innumerables puestos industriales en tiempo de la guerra, cuando los hombres han ingresado a las Fuerzas Armadas en medicina, ciencia, derecho, educación y cualquier otra profesión. Las mujeres han ayudado a este país a lograr éxitos sin precedentes, y por cuanto el Día de la Madre también brinda una oportunidad especial para que una nación agradecida rinda homenaje a otros aportes que las madres de América están haciendo a nuestra vida nacional, porque a través de su incondicional amor, las madres dan forma a nuestras vidas y nos ayudan a convertirnos en las personas que esperamos ser. Y por cuanto en el Día de Madre también honramos a quienes han sufrido la pérdida profunda de la vida de un niño y aquellas que luchan con la incertidumbre, con la esperanza de convertirse en madre algún día. Y por cuanto agradecemos especialmente a las madres que nos han guiado durante la pandemia de COVID-19. Desde los primeros días de esta crisis, muchas madres en todo nuestro país han trabajado en trabajos esenciales, soportando la peor parte de nuestra crisis de cuidado y desinteresadamente brindaron apoyo y consuelo en un momento de ansiedad y miedo, y abandonaron la fuerza laboral para asumir el papel de tiempo completo de maestra, de cuidadora. ¿Por qué? Porque las escuelas y guarderías estuvieron cerradas o operando en forma remota, y por cuanto también reconocemos a las muchas familias que perdieron a su mamá debido a COVID-19, otras enfermedades y crueles giros del destino de este último año. Que Dios bendiga su memoria y que este día caiga dulcemente sobre sus amados, los que quedaron atrás, y por cuanto cuando apoyemos a las madres, apoyamos la prosperidad, la seguridad y el bienestar de toda nuestra nación. Una nación que no estaría donde estamos hoy sin los cimientos construidos por las madres. Este día honraremos no solo a nuestras propias madres por sus muchas contribuciones en nuestras vidas, sino a todas las madres cuyos brazos han acuñado a nuestras generaciones y cuyos dones entregados desinteresadamente nos han bendecido a todos.
Gracias, vicealcaldesa, por esa tan sensible traducción de esta tan importante proclamación, este Día de las Madres. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Raúl Ureña, Mayor of the City of Calexico, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim May 14th and May 10th as Mother's Day in the City of Calexico, and urge everyone to express their love, respect, and gratitude to mothers everywhere, including the figures in our lives who nurture, guide, and sacrifice for us in the ways that mothers do. I call upon all citizens to observe these days with the appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. In witness whereof, I hereunto affix my signature and the official seal of the City of Calexico on this third day of May 2023. Feliz Día de las Madres. Un aplauso para todas las madres de esta comunidad. Aquí está la proclamación firmada de este cabildo hacia todas las madres de esta comunidad, y estará en muestra aquí en el cabildo por este mes. Procediendo con la orden de la agenda, muchas gracias. Procediendo con la orden de la agenda, sé que tenemos unos comentarios que van a ser parte de nuestros comentarios de cabildo. Nombro al cónsul Tarcisio, que lo vi llegar. Vienen gentes de la coalición campesina, y la señora Romo trae gentes de los parques. Entonces nomás les comento a esas personas que faltan dos items: comentarios al público el reporte de la administradora para llegar a este punto. We're going to be starting with public comments. Note, I see that there's new requests. Public comments and public appearances. This is the time for the public to address the City Council on an item not appearing on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. The mayor will recognize you, and when you come to the microphone, please state your name and place of residence for the record. While members of the public are encouraged to participate, it is unlawful to disturb or delay the council meeting with personal or slanderous remarks. The City Council is prohibited by state law from taking action or discussing items not on the printed agenda. If the item you wish to comment on is on the public portion of the agenda, we will take your comment when we get to the item on the agenda. Please direct your questions and comments to the City Council as a whole. We'll start with generalized public comments. Señor Arturo Ortiz. De este lado, este micrófono está un poquito mejor.
Bien, pues, muy buenas tardes a todos ustedes desde Betacalvillo.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Para mí es un privilegio estar aquí porque es la primera vez que estoy aquí también. Y quiero mencionar que pues estaba trabajando con Imperial Trans, el transporte público en todo el Valle Imperial por 23 años. Y en todos estos 23 años he aprendido muchas cosas y he visto muchas cosas durante mi trabajo. Para empezar, amo mi trabajo. Me gusta manejar, no loco, era manejar bien, llegar con seguridad a las personas, tener buenas relaciones con mis compañeros que están aquí presentes. Y además, pues también que me gustaría mencionarles algunos asuntos que tenemos con nosotros como choferes. De que empezamos, bueno, en un servidor que empezamos a trabajar, esta base era en el aeropuerto de Imperial, no había problema, los bases estaban seguros, estaban parqueados bien, había baños, lugar para descansar, y cuando la compañía cambió de nombre, bueno, cambiaron a otro lugar por la Rose, no sé si ustedes conocen el lugar, o han ido, y este lugar pues es muy diferente, más pequeño, más reducido, y aparte pues eso ha formado que ha sido más inseguro. Para empezar con los bases, los autobuses ya están viejitos, apenas llegan, hay problemas por el clima, por la refrigeración, nos urge mucho tener bases o autobuses con buenas condiciones, especialmente para el servicio al público, para que ellos gocen su servicio, lleguen a tiempo a sus lugares, y también nuestros estudiantes que van al colegio, que batallan mucho ir para allá, pues lleguen a gusto, ¿verdad? Una vez tuve una mala experiencia que nos falló la refrigeración en pleno camino, y cuando bajaron todos los estudiantes, pues pobrecitos, no parecía que venían de la escuela, parecían que venían de otro lugar, todos sudados, mojados, cualquier asunto, ¿verdad? Y eso pues a mí lo personal me preocupa, es algo muy inseguro. La condición de los autobuses pues indica que están fallando, necesitamos también esa razón, ¿verdad? Y aparte dentro de las oficinas pues también está muy pequeñito el lugar para descansar, pues no nos permite descansar como queríamos, porque a veces tenemos una ruta, nos quedamos 1 hora, 2 horas, volvemos a trabajar, pero pues no descansamos, no nos dejan platicar, no podemos comer. ¿Por qué? Porque el espacio es muy pequeño. Se sienta uno aquí en la silla, aquí está el baño, aquí están las oficinas, y pues apenas cabe uno, y a veces somos 2 o 3 compañeros y no podemos gozar del compañerismo, ¿verdad? Es una de tantas cosas, ¿verdad?, que estamos padeciendo, de muchas cosas que hay necesidad, ¿verdad?, que se mejore, y aparte también pues nuestros sueldos, también, ¿verdad?, se reflejan ahí. A veces dicen que ganamos mucho y pues no, ¿verdad? Nomás ganamos $1 más del mínimo, y eso pues no creo que se me hace muy profesional, porque nuestras credenciales son exigentes. Es clase B, el endoso, el asunto de los 8 breaks también son importantes, el tener permiso para tener contacto con el público, nuestra salud también es muy importante. Ahorita, como acaba de mencionar del COVID, estamos todos nerviosos porque somos poquita gente, pero con una persona tosía pues nos asustamos, no sabemos que me va a contagiar. Y así también hay personas que queremos ayudar con las personas, los pasajeros son limitados, a veces hay muchas sillas de ruedas, queremos que quepan, nomás caben 2 en los bases, y a veces se molesta, ¿verdad? Y el cupo pues está limitado también, pero a veces hablamos a la base y dice, pues ahí caben cuando mucho unos 40, y dice, no, pues tienen que ser 80, pues ¿cómo? Y con mochilas pues es el doble. Así que pues Esa es una de tantas razones que queremos que nos den el apoyo. Esperemos que la CTC pues hagan buen acuerdo con la compañía, ya que esto urge, esto ya de años. Y nosotros que estamos aquí es porque ya explotó, como por decirlo así, explotó la bomba. ¿verdad? Necesitamos buena representación, buen respeto que nosotros merecemos y pues obviamente que vivamos a gusto con nosotros mismos, con tus compañeros y también con la comunidad, especialmente Calexico y las otras ciudades con las cuales tenemos el privilegio de viajar. Eso es todo y pues muchísimas gracias por permitirnos escucharlas.
Le agradecemos, señor Ortiz. Tenga la comodidad que este cabildo es completamente bilingüe, tanto el cabildo como la administración. Aquí sí se entiende a la perfección los comentarios bilingües. Gracias. Señora or Miss Zoe Garcia. Open session.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Zoe García. Es un placer estar aquí saludándolos. Es la primera vez igual que el señor en estar presente. Yo vengo representando a una comunidad de padres de familia por parte del distrito escolar de Calexico, ya que nuestra preocupación varía de escuela a escuela. Semanas atrás estuvo el señor Jiménez pidiéndole un apoyo aquí a la ciudad para que ingresara un policía dentro de las escuelas, lo cual ustedes aprobaron y les estamos eternamente agradecidos porque ya habíamos pedido esa aportación anteriormente y se nos había negado. Pero hubo selección de personal, entonces ahorita estamos detenidos por la ciudad, estamos detenidos para saber escoger a la persona correcta. Desde mi punto de vista como padre y como persona, les puedo decir que si yo tengo la facultad de contratar a una persona que se haga el trabajo como yo quiero, como yo lo necesito y como yo lo ocupo dentro de mi casa o de la situación que se genere, creo que soy yo la que debería de escoger a la persona correcta para el trabajo correcto que yo necesito. No sé si me estoy explicando. Si el distrito escolar está pagando tanto capacitaciones como instrumentos, salarios y demás, creo que es justo y necesario que el distrito escolar seleccione a la persona que es correcta. Y es por eso que venimos esta noche, para poder pedirles de favor que se autorice la contratación inmediatamente del policía. ¿Por qué? Porque los problemas continúan. Y lo digo abiertamente, hay drogas, hay usos de vaping. Se ha visto casos de maestros teniendo relaciones con estudiantes. Eso ya no es ningún secreto. Y ustedes lo saben, señor Ureña, usted estuvo dentro del distrito escolar. No me va a dejar mentir a las situaciones que yo les estoy diciendo. Ocupamos personal capacitado dentro del distrito escolar y el personal capacitado es un policía.
Muy bien. Señora García, después de los comentarios al público, la administradora es muy probable que pueda verbalizar sobre esa situación o no es recomendable.
I will not recommend to make any comments at this point, but we can get back to the school districts. I personally will contact the superintendent to
Okay,
have a
thank you so
conversation
much.
with him,
Yeah.
but I will leave it at that.
Okay.
Muy bien.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Se le va a dar
Muchas
seguimiento.
gracias.
Gracias. Señor Isaac Peroya, de la Unión de Teamsters.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
It's an honor to be here with you guys. So, as many of you may know, we're currently on strike. I've been working for First Transit, now Transdev, on and off for the last 20 years. That name is also known as Imperial Valley Transit. So we've currently been on strike. I believe this is our 9th day. And as my coworker was stating, there are many issues that we have as far as safety and our working conditions. Just to clarify, or to, I guess, add on to that, you know, there's many issues, too many to detail right now. One of them, a very important one, is our buses are missing many aspects, like as far as, you know, being able to function regularly. Their old buses, our workspace is limited, our break and our lunch space is very limited. We have a very small space. If you were to visit, you would see that we have to share that space, that lunch space, with dispatchers, management, drivers, mechanics, utility workers. It's a very small room. And then there's another location in 7th and State where there's one bathroom that has to be shared by many drivers, security guards. So our main issue is safety and the working conditions that we've had to endure for many years. As many of my coworkers, as Mr. Ortiz was here speaking, he's been here for 23 years. So those are some of the main issues. Another issue would be, of course, our credentials. Our credentials, we have to be certified to drive that bus. We have to have passenger endorsements, air brakes, to take our passengers to and from their destinations. We love what we do. We're not on strike because we want to, but because we have to. We've been under, this is the third contract that I've been under, and I am part of the negotiating committee. We're currently at a standstill, and so we are here to ask for support from whoever can help us to reach out to ICTC, specifically Mr. David Aguirre. And to give you guys a quick example of our wages, there's also a service that runs here called Calexico on Demand. Their starting wage is $18. Our starting wage is $15.60, which is a very big gap. And like I said, many of us have been working there for years. We are credentialed professional drivers. We love our passengers. We love the public. We love what we do. And so, you know, that's a very big issue for us. I myself, I make $16.50 an hour, and I've had my commercial license since 2003. I started working in Los Angeles in 2003, same company. And so, you know, we're not motivated by greed. We're not motivated by none of that. We're seeking justice, and so we're here asking for your support. There's also many things as far as like our health insurance. We're forced to, there's not an affordable plan here in America. We're forced to go to Mexico, which is another country. I know we're a border city here, but there's a lot that goes with that. We have to wait in line to come back. I myself don't even cross over there at all. And so there's many issues. These are just some of the issues, and we're just respectfully asking for anybody that has, you know, I guess the authority to do so to help us. You know, we want to end this strike as soon as possible and get back to the table. And so with that, I want to thank each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Calderon? Edgar Calderon?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor and council members. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I want to thank you for the time, the support that you're giving us right now to express what my fellow co-workers have said right now on the table. Again, I state, you know, my name is Edgar Calderon, 1278 R. Santos, Calexico, California. That's my address. I'm a citizen of this city. And as a citizen of this city, you know, I'm gonna speak as two different parties. as a citizen and as a person that relies for a job and relies by the comments that my fellow employees are saying. I have been with the company for 1 year and 3 months. You can say that that's a little bit of time, but I have the honor and the pleasure to be the shop steward and representing this fellow membership that, like my coworker has stated right now, 20 years and have seen a lot of this company. Unsafe working conditions, unsafe transportation in this case, but it's not for us only. We want to emphasize that. It's not the safety, it's safety for everyone, but we're not trying to say that it's for us. It's for you, for the public, for everyone, because that's our main concern. That's our objective, to give the best for the citizens of every city on this valley. Yes, you can say, maybe you would think, like my coworker stated, yes, you make too much. You're a bus driver, wow. But maybe they don't see what is on the back of the curtains. And that's why I see this like a bag with rocks. Eventually that bag is gonna rip. And that is what is going on right now. So that is why we're here expressing our concerns, expressing the need, telling you why are we on this path right now on this strike. Again, I can sound like a recording device right now, but I'm emphasizing what my coworkers are saying right now. Lack of buses, unsafe. We want to be safe. Everyone wants to have, want to go safely to a destination. We give the service to disability people, students, people from the third age. We are considered professional drivers because that's our profession. We have to do at least 4 tests on the DMV to receive that. Last but not least, I know that my time is almost done, with humbleness. That is why I'm standing here. With humbleness, everyone is standing here to ask for the support. Maybe you, people with all respect here, you're not specifically on the negotiations, but I know that your comments are the best. It will be good for us, and people will hear you because you inspire different people. That is why we're here. That is why we're asking you for the support, and we thank you for this time and for everything.
Thank you, Mr. Calderon. Attorney Campos, just brief direction to just explore if the City Council is able to take a position on this negotiation for some future date. Just to explore.
Yeah, I'm not sure. The city individually, on your capacity, for sure. The city, I'm not too sure itself, just because I'm not sure it's an area we would be involved in, but individually in the individual capacities, for sure.
Individual capacity as a council person or in the personal?
The fact that you're a council member, that's part of who you are, but it would be in your individual capacity.
Okay, sounds good. Ms. Rebecca Lemon? To the council.
Hi. We all know why I'm here.
The microphone, please, for the record.
This thing? Oh,
Yes.
dang.
This one works a little bit better if you want to use this one.
I don't want to walk across the room.
But you should use the microphone for the record. It does
I
say.
can't even do this right. I swear to God, it's like having my...
It does say on.
Okay, can you hear me now? Everybody
There you
hears me
go.
now? Okay, is that happiness? Everybody's
Thank you.
merry-go-round? Okay, there.
Thank you, Ms. Lemon. Yes.
We all know why I'm here. It's been a long time coming. I got sick
not my fault, okay? We're here to recall, and our intent to recall is for you two. You have been served. You have been served. As an adult, you look like an adult, don't you?
That's a disrespect to the order of government.
And then, I'm not done, ma'am, whoever is speaking, I'm not done. You're talking, oh, go for it.
I'm just saying that that's completely disrespectful to the
He's a child. He's a child.
Please direct your comments to the city council.
You're not my city council anymore. Hopefully you're out of here soon. All right.
The clock is running.
This little translation, the Spanish English stuff, was not in our municipal code. You know that, right? Him, and two others voted to have English only. I'm sorry if you don't like that, but this translation, English Spanish, is not fair. Our municipal code states English, not and or. So I guess you better figure out a way to translate stuff for everybody else. There's closed captioning. There's people that can do it. There's other ways to do it other than what you're doing, making everything double. You think that you live in Mexico. We don't. This is America. Our municipal code, all the laws are in English. You better learn how to respect that. Nod your head again. Go ahead. Nod your head. We have a game. We actually have a game about that. Every time you nod your head, don't get me started on that game. All right. Every time you nod your head like a yes sir, miss ma'am, whatever, we get a point.
You can call me Miss Mayor.
I'm not going to call you anything. I'm not going to call you that for long. Raul. How about that one?
That's my name.
You're going to apologize for calling me a homophobe and a transphobe and a racist yet? All right. This is what happens. I'm not a racist. I'm not a homophobe. He is. Look at his Facebook. I even posted it. White gays. That bitch wearing the Santa Cruz shirt. That's you. Those are your comments, right? White gays is transphobic and racist. Congratulations, dude. You just proved my point. You are the problem, not me. And if you ever call me a problem again, you're going to have more people than me. I promise you, I will not stop until you are taken care of.
Thank you, Ms. Lemon, for your kind comments. Mr. Brian Vega? Are you here to speak on the farm workers or general public comment? Same thing with Ms. Flores? Or general public comments?
Go for it. I don't respect you as a mayor because you don't even respect us as citizens. You work for citizens. You don't
Please,
work for yourself.
Mr. Serrano,
Yeah, I know. He's got the point. Look.
have her removed.
For what?
For another outburst, and you will be removed.
Why should I? Child.
We need to have documents also available for the community as well. There has to be copies for the community out there as well. Thank you. Mr. Vega, you ready to proceed?
Buenas tardes, Ayuntamiento de Calexico. Mi nombre es Brian Vega. No soy residente de Calexico, soy de Hopeville, pero gracias por tenerme aquí esta noche. Y como en mi ayuntamiento no se permite hablar español, les quiero decir que me da mucho aprecio el poder hablar en español frente a ustedes. Pero el día de hoy estoy aquí para introducirles a la coalición de empleados agrícolas del Valle Imperial. Les voy a leer la carta que les acabo de comentar, repasar. La coalición de empleados agrícolas del Valle Imperial apoya los derechos a la dignidad, bienestar y cumplimientos del lugar de trabajo para todos los empleados agrícolas cuyo labor nutre al Valle Imperial. Nuestros esfuerzos se enfocan en mejorar las experiencias en el traslado diario de los empleados migrantes, abogando para la creación de una línea de cruce fronterizo asignada y alojamiento para dormir. La vibrante agricultura del Valle Imperial tiene su raíz en la labor y esfuerzos de generaciones de empleados agrícolas transnacionales. La coalición de empleados agrícolas busca apoyo para todos los empleados agrícolas, abogando por igualdad de salud, prácticas seguras y igualdad en sus empleos y condiciones humanas. Nuestra coalición está actualmente enfocada en abogar por un puerto fronterizo designado para los empleados agrícolas para facilitarles su tiempo de traslado a su empleo, así como un albergue temporal para empleados agrícolas para descansar mientras esperan su transporte para el trabajo. Enfrentándose hasta 3 horas de fila, los empleados agrícolas salen de sus hogares a medianoche y esperan durante horas en las calles del centro de Calexico su transporte, antes de empezar su jornada laboral. Con temor de perder sus empleos, algunos de los empleados agrícolas deciden salir de su casa a las 11 p.m. antes de iniciar su turno matutino. Después de cruzar, muchos empleados agrícolas duermen y descansan en las calles y áreas públicas del centro, una área que carece de baños públicos, en lo que llega su coche compartido. Los empleados más esenciales del valle merecen una noche completa de sueño reparador, tiempo de calidad con sus familias y dignidad en sus condiciones laborales, lo cual incluye su traslado al trabajo. Nosotros abogamos desde hace mucho tiempo por una línea para empleados agrícolas en el puerto fronterizo, lo cual permita a los empleados cruzar de una manera más rápida. Un estudio científico por parte de un miembro de la coalición e investigadores de SDSU encontraron que la falta de sueño reparador entre los principales factores de estrés laborales de los empleados agrícolas del Valle Imperial. Las condiciones laborales actuales de nuestros empleados agrícolas esenciales son inhumanas e irrespetuosas. ¿Cómo sería valorar a esos empleados esenciales no solo como jornaleros, pero como seres humanos completos, merecedores de descanso, tiempo con su familia y tiempo para entretenimiento? Al asegurar la dignidad en las condiciones laborales empleadores, líderes de la ciudad, oficiales federales de inmigración y organizaciones comunitarias deben priorizar mejorar la infraestructura del traslado y servicios disponibles para los empleados agrícolas. Es importante que los líderes comunitarios e organizaciones se unan para abogar a las agencias federales y estatales en nombre de los empleados agrícolas. Oficiales electos y agencias gubernamentales deben unirse para facilitar un cruce fronterizo rápido, fluido y establecer recursos para alojar a nuestros miembros más esenciales. Entonces, el día de hoy le pedimos de todo corazón al Ayuntamiento de Calexico que por favor considere apoyando a la coalición de empleados agrícolas del Valle Imperial en facilitando conversaciones con U.S. Customs y Border Protection para crear una línea de cruce fronterizo.
Señor Vega, disculpe, ya estamos un poquito avanzados. Yo sé, ¿va a continuar su discurso dentro del City Council Comments?
¿Qué es?
Hay otra presentación que ustedes van a dar, ¿sí? Under City Council Comments. ¿Sí? Van a dar una petición. Esto es la presentación, un comentario, pero también querían hablar en el City Council, ¿verdad?
Usted dígame, ¿qué funciona mejor?
Sería mejor para filtrar el resto de los comentarios al público y luego proceder con el resto de la presentación.
Me parece bien.
¿Parece
Yo
bien?
espero su indicación. Gracias por su tiempo.
Gracias, señor Vega. Señora Flores, ¿quiere continuar en este momento o esperarse hasta el...
Voy a hacer comentarios sobre
¿Breve?
el tema.
Ok, adelante.
Bueno, aquí estamos con, mi nombre es Daniela Flores, yo soy organizadora con la Coalición de Equidad y Justicia del Valle Imperial, y aquí están los representantes de la coalición. Mi comentario es sobre el litio. Pienso que este es un tema que, voy a empezar es un tema que no pienso que ha estado aquí en la ciudad de Calexico por mucho tiempo, y me gustaría como decirle a la comunidad unas cosas, y también yo sé que ustedes están al tanto de este tema, pero está pasando algo muy importante con lo del litio. Están empezando a sacar minerales, el litio de donde está el Salton Sea. Ahorita se están haciendo decisiones muy importantes sobre contratos de labor, sobre decisiones de cómo hace unos meses se pasó una ley estatal que van a tener que pagar las compañías un impuesto para vender el litio, y ese dinero podrían ser millones que lleguen a la ciudad de Calexico. Y me gustaría pedirle al concilio que manden sus comentarios como su ciudad sobre qué prioridades tienen y qué prioridades tiene y necesidades tenemos en el público en la ciudad de Calexico, para que su comentario sea incluido en las decisiones que se están haciendo hoy en día. Podrían ser millones de dólares que llegan al Valle Imperial. La ley es SB 125, si alguien está interesado. Esa ley dicta que 80% del impuesto va a regresarse al Valle Imperial, 20% se va a ir a restaurar el Salton Sea. Y ahorita el condado está haciendo la decisión de qué se va a hacer con ese 80%. Y pues nosotros tenemos muchas necesidades en transporte, en vivienda accesible. Nosotros hicimos y usted me dice cuando ya tenga los 3 minutos.
Te faltan 45 minutos.
Ok. Nosotros hicimos una encuesta donde le preguntamos a la comunidad qué es lo que querían ver, qué son los sueños con este dinero de este impuesto, y escuchamos de más de 100 personas y muchas personas querían infraestructura para transporte, las calles, los parques, el cuidado de salud. Como saben, aquí tenemos una crisis, así que es importante poner la inversión al cuidado de salud. Son muchas prioridades que hay, y pues yo le digo al concilio y a la ciudadanía, los invito a que participen. Va a haber una reunión mañana en Island. Sé que está lejitos, pero si alguien ocupa apoyo con transporte, nos pueden decir, aquí voy a estar en la reunión. Y aparte, esta va a ser... Han habido muchas juntas, van a haber muchas más, y de veras los invito a que den sus comentarios, e invito a la ciudadanía que se unan a aprender sobre lo que está pasando, porque decisiones muy importantes se están haciendo y no queremos que la historia se repita donde los políticos hacen las decisiones para prioridades que no son para la gente trabajadora, para la gente que tiene las personas mayores y los niños y todos los que ya sabemos. Así que invito a todos, y por favor, si la ciudad tiene prioridades que quiere decirle formalmente al condado, me gustaría dar esa recomendación. Es muy importante en este momento. Gracias.
Excelente. Gracias, señora Flores. Our last public comment on this public comment portion is Ms. Jessica Perez. Señora Pérez.
Muy buenas tardes, concilio. Muy buenas tardes, ciudadanos de la ciudad de Calexico. Muchas gracias por el tiempo alocado para que yo pueda hablar con ustedes esta noche. Yendo un poco del tema del que acaba de hacer la coalición, es de que muchas veces tenemos impuestos, tenemos fondos que no son utilizados de la manera que nosotros queremos, o de la manera que en donde nosotros vemos necesidad. Entonces, uniéndome un poco a ese tema, está el tema de nuestros niños y sus actividades recreacionales. Yo soy soy madre de un niño que está en Little League Baseball. Regresamos al Valle hace casi 2 años, y desde entonces pues he estado tratando de volver a ser un poco activa en la comunidad, empezando con las actividades de mi hijo, al que soy muy agradecida a los padres y miembros de la ciudad que están activos en el concilio, en el board de la Little League. Muy agradecida por tanta dedicación y tanto trabajo que ponen a nuestros niños. Y uniéndome a ese tema, creo que hace falta, ¿verdad?, más activismo en Calexico por medio de sus ciudadanos que se involucren en las cosas que se nos hacen importantes. Para mí, una de las cosas más importantes es nuestro futuro, que son nuestros niños. El que ellos reciban lo que es necesario para que ellos crezcan, para ser personas y ciudadanos contribuyentes, ¿verdad?, a nuestra comunidad. Creo que mucho de eso tiene que ver en cómo les subimos el autoestima, y mucho de eso tiene que ver con su involucración en actividades y deportes. Uniéndome a ese tema, quiero comentar que nuestros parques están deplorables. En el parque de béisbol, cuando se le han hecho reparaciones, han sido por medio de fondos y de labor fuera de la ciudad de Calexico. ¿Ok? Yo he estado ahí presente fin de semana cuando donamos nuestro tiempo y nuestro propio dinero para hacer leves reparaciones que podemos hacer, que podemos para prevenir lastimaduras de los niños, ¿okay? Cosas por ese estilo. Y recientemente hubo un incidente donde un empleado de la ciudad fue castigado. Disculpen la voz, el COVID me dejó con la secuela de que se me va mucho el aliento, perdón. Pero un empleado de la ciudad, que hubo un incidente en una de nuestros juegos en donde yo estuve presente. Sé que después de ese día, después de este incidente, que no fue nada violento ni nada, ¿cómo se dice? Confrontational. Sorry, the word left my vocabulary. Entonces, quiero pedir que si se está haciendo algo al respecto del señor Mike Solano y lo que haya sido que ustedes piensan que se hizo, el por qué se le sacó de su posición con la ciudad, lo único que puedo decir es que si tuviéramos más personas como Mike, que aparte de trabajar para la ciudad y hacer lo que se puede por medio de ser empleado de la ciudad para mejorar la ciudad, y aparte dona su tiempo, su dinero y su esfuerzo y sus fines de semana para ayudar con el futuro de nuestros hijos, creo que si es así de importante como miembro de la comunidad y está dispuesto a ser tan dedicado en ese aspecto, entonces me pongo a pensar que qué estamos perdiendo si lo tenemos fuera de su posición, sin saber, necesariamente sin que él sepa ni nadie de los que lo apoyamos saber el por qué. Creo que cuando una persona es así de dedicada, debemos de valorarlos. Yo sé que tienen también como empleados de la ciudad, tienen que representar a la ciudad adecuadamente, yo entiendo eso, pero pues me gustaría ver este tema que se resuelva por el bien de su familia, de él y también de nuestra liga, porque al estar él tan agobiado de problemas, ¿verdad? También de esta situación, pues se siente un poco, nos sentimos también un poco mal nosotros porque todo esto pasó durante horas de Little League, no de trabajo. Entonces, una cosa más que ocupamos enfocarnos y hacer decisiones que sean por el bien de los niños, pero muy agradecida por el tiempo.
Muchas gracias, señora Pérez. Adelantando las siguientes partes de la agenda, moving on with the agenda, City Manager's Report.
I'm going to make it short. I just want to mention that fire station number 1 is open now. Firefighters have moved to the new facility. We also want to invite you to the upcoming new river improvements groundbreaking it's been scheduled for May 26. This is a $46 million project that most of the community of Calexico has been fighting for 50 years. So this is something that the community of Calexico should be proud, because those individuals that 50 years ago began the fighting for this new river, polluted new river to be covered and to have some improvements is happening. So this is a $46 million project. We have many people involved, and we're going to start construction. In addition to that, the fire chief mentioned to me that there will be the 2 new ambulances are ready to be picked up this coming week. So we should be having those 2 ambulances by the end of next week. So those are the good news for the city of Calexico. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Colio. Moving on to commissioner reports. Any commissioners present wishing to make a presentation? Comisionados from the city. Comisionada Estrada, ¿tiene una presentación, un reporte? ¿Es comisionada en este momento la señora Estrada?
No, ya sé.
En este momento entonces no puede hablar, tiene que hablar durante el próximo item. Solamente es para comisionados. Hasta que...
No, es un informe que se iba a dar la vez pasada, pero la señora estuvo enferma. Se quitó la comisión.
Pero
¿No?
se tiene que hacer debajo de tu City Council Comments.
Ok.
Está bien. Debajo del City Council
Ahí sí.
Comments,
Ok.
en el próximo
Ok.
item se puede hacer. ¿Sí? Moving on to City Council Comments and Reports of Meeting Attended. We'll start with Vice Mayor Romo. Reportes. Señora Estrada, le toca a la señora Romo si gusta estar acá. Sí, es procedimiento. Adelante, señora Romo.
Buenas tardes, soy Carmen Estrada, soy excomisionada de la Ciudad de Parques y Recreaciones. Por 12 años estuve, nunca se hizo nada. Ya se destruyó esa comisión, se va a abrir otra y estoy aquí para hacer una breve presentación y gracias por darme estos minutos. Aquí les presento a mis nietas que empezaron desde 3 años. Tengo 17 nietos, pero ahorita me están acompañando mis nietas, que ellas sufren de los campos de los cuales tenemos. Ok. Campo Rosas, así de esa manera estaba. Campo Daniel Gutiérrez, así estaba cuando nosotros los cuidábamos. Daniel Gutiérrez, 8 meses. Condiciones actuales, las que están ahorita. Parque Casitas, reprobable. Campo Casitas, triste. Campo Casitas, luces fundidas. Parque Casitas, Parque Casitas, esas son las condiciones en que se encuentra Campo Casitas. Es reprobable, se riega con una pipa. Es vergonzoso ya, la verdad. Rosas, Capo Rosas. Meados. Camila y Rosas. Hacienda. Qué tristeza. En lo personal, esto ya me trajo a mí algo. Yo disfrutaba de los campos, ahora ya no, porque ya no es saludable esto, porque a mí se me detuvo que no puedo regar, no puedo, porque dañé a un niño, el cual fue falso, y eso no se vale. Quiero que por favor otra vez regresemos a tener los campos. Y Adrián Córdoba, qué tristeza, tanto dinero que hay y no se ha terminado eso, por falta de un ingeniero. Creo que ya es momento que contraten un ingeniero, si no, la ciudad de Calexico ya se cayó. Contraten el ingeniero, por favor, no sé de dónde van a agarrar fondos, contraten al ingeniero. No pueden hacer nada sin ingeniero, Raúl.
Sigamos con la presentación. Si quiere comentar del ingeniero, es el número 12, el item que sigue.
Eso es una tristeza. Es el Daniel Gutiérrez.
Las inundaciones, ¿no?
Sí, sabemos que no es un campo.
No son parques, son retention basins.
Por eso tienen que terminar el Córdoba. ¿Y qué ocupan? Ingeniero.
Así es.
Ahí tampoco se ha hecho nada. Estamos detenidos. Ese está un poco mejor. Ese está perfecto. Muy bien. Con luces. Está muy bien ese campo.
Not a retention basin.
Ese está bien mal. Sí, está muy mal ese campo. ¿Puedo hablar?
So, ¿tiene algo más que reportar? Sí. Brevemente, sí.
Ok, pues creo que esa es una breve presentación. No es para lastimar a nadie, simplemente es para que nos tomen atención. Somos comunidad. Ya llevo 26, 27 años aquí paradas. La última vez Esperanza nos acompañó, vio todos los campos, pero lo que dijo ella es que ocupa un ingeniero. Sola no puede hacer nada. Y ya, Raúl, hay los votos, pero tienen que trabajar rápidamente y con permiso.
Muchas gracias, señora Estrada. Muchas gracias, señora Roma. ¿Algo más que ocupe adjuntar a su reporte?
El reporte de la señora Carmen Estrada para las personas que están aquí y las que nos puedan escuchar más adelante. La señora tiene más de 25 años ofreciendo esta recreación de varios deportes, no nada más de soccer. Mis propios hijos estudiaron con ella en los deportes de soccer, si mal no recuerdo, y básquet. Yo tengo particular respeto a la señora como a todas las personas que están ayudándonos en la cuestión de recreación. Pido una disculpa, me duele mucho ver que los parques estén así. En lo personal voy a pedir un informe del dinero de ARPA que tenemos. Habíamos alocado $780,000. Habíamos puesto dinero para hacer algunas compras para ciertos parques. Pero en esta ocasión, los 780, le voy a pedir a la administradora que la próxima junta ya podamos tener un informe de esto, con tiempo y forma de cómo se va a gastar, porque también tiene un límite ARPA, ¿verdad? Se puede acabar ese dinero y hasta no lo podemos usar. Pero independientemente de eso, nomás quiero que quede claro que ARPA es para parques. Tenemos poquitos parques. Tenemos más retention bases que usamos como parques por falta de parques. Pero yo creo que la próxima junta quedará un poquito más claro y definitivamente sí pido una disculpa por lo que haya sucedido. Calexico merece tener mejores parques y la administradora de la ciudad verá la manera de que esto lo podamos resolver junto con el Cabildo. Muchas gracias, Carmen Estrada, señora, por esta presentación. Lo mismo para el ingeniero, ¿dónde está? Allá. Muchísimas gracias, que Dios los bendiga. Gracias.
Gracias, vicealcaldesa Romo. Moving on to Mr. Garcia, Councilperson Garcia, if you would like to commence your report.
Be brief, just agenda. I attended a Dia del Niño celebration over at the library, one of the few times events. Finally. So anyway, just that I was very happy to see so many people, children and parents. So again, kudos to the library staff and volunteers. I know that a lot of people participate and go out and donate their time and effort. So it was a very well attended event. Also, on Friday, I had the chance to go and talking about green areas and planting trees. And I was invited to attend the Arbor Day celebration at SDSU campus here in Calexico. So that was a well put together event also. So thank you for that, and that's my report.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. We'll start with Mr. Moreno.
I have nothing, sir.
Nothing to report.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Manzanares.
When we are seeing these pictures of the parks, I want people to remember that some of these parks are not meant to be used by people. Una de las fotos que se enseñaron son water basins, and some of the water basins we use as parks, unfortunately, because throughout the decades we've never made allocations, proper allocations for parks, recreation, what have you, for the development of the youth. Favorite part are some of the newer ones that the city of Calexico has finally moved forward to funding. In fact, just last meeting, at least 4 of us voted to approve an application, a grant application for a $5 million grant for Heber Park, thanks to the hard work of Ms. Falomir and the city manager. So some of these facilities that are green areas are not meant to be used for people. My little brother uses these fields because he plays soccer in the soccer leagues, and I wouldn't want him to be in some of these fields. Yes, there's funds for ARPA for parks. That's the delicate issue, that it's for parks. These green areas, a lot of them that were shown here are not parks. They're water basins. What happens if we use money, $100,000 for Carmen Estrada Field? The government's gonna come after a few years down the road, and they're gonna say, this doesn't qualify. They're gonna come back, and the city's gonna be in even more trouble. But Carmen Estrada had a really good point. We need an engineer, because there's already been mistakes making improvements to some of these parks, trying to get them finished as soon as possible. Some of these mistakes have cost around $100,000 because we didn't have an engineer. So in order to move forward with parks, of course I want to see them green. I want to see them perfect because my little brother uses them. Yo ya estoy grande, ya no me tocó a mí, but my little brother is still young. That's why in the agenda, if you are seeing the agenda tonight, there is an item, number 12, I believe, which addresses the issue of an engineer. Badly needed, not only for parks, but for infrastructure projects as well. So I know how it feels to see these fields in these conditions, because that's what prompted me to run for council, right? Been in council a little less than 5 months, which is why I feel confident ripping this apart, because this is a strictly political recall. It is no secret that politics in Calexico is this way. There are certain families here that have had power for years and years and years, and because that power has never been challenged, we see this lack of investment where it's needed, right? I take a look at some of the names that signed this recall coming from political families. Number 1 signature, Mr. Morris Rising, who Mr. Ureña beat by 70% of the vote in a historic landslide election. Obviously, the people of Calexico made their choice. 2 years later, I was elected, taking away the position of, again, Mr. Morris, now cuñada, congratulations, by the way, Mrs. Rosie Fernandez. This political recall to me means nothing. This is purely an attempt of the old school guard of Calexico reclaiming their power back. I wish you luck. It is part of the democratic process. And that's all I can say about that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Manzanares. Did you want to say something? You're good?
No, fine.
You're good?
Thank you.
I'll also make my council report very, very brief. Voy a hacer mi reporte bastante corto. Sé que tenemos poco tiempo y muchos temas que hablar. I'll start with Highway 98. Highway 98, I received a call from Deputy Director Mario Orso. Highway 98, the current phase of construction that is so critical to getting to and from Mexicali will be delayed by 2 weeks. He also notified me that a special team has been created within Caltrans District 11 to look at the border corridor between Calexico and Mexicali, the items that were mentioned in the last meeting of the border wait time system, the infrastructure to connect 98 to Cesar Chavez, has designated Caltrans engineers, dedicated Caltrans talent to make sure that we are able to coordinate that with the opening of the current phase of construction. Les comento que la carretera 98 se demoró 2 semanas más, a lo que me comentó el subdirector Mario Orso del Distrito 11 de Caltrans, Departamento de Transportación. Me informó que dentro del Departamento de Transportación, Distrito 11, que cubre San Diego y el Valle Imperial, ya se designaron 2 miembros para ver todo lo que viene siendo el corredor entre Mexicali y Calexico. Este equipo exclusivamente está haciendo progreso tanto en el sistema de monitoreo de filas como la infraestructura que va a conectar al 98 a César Chávez, ayudándonos a tener un flujo a Mexicali exclusivo de la César Chávez como recomendaron los ingenieros en el 2019. ICTC, I had mentioned last month that we would have a vote on the traffic controller subsidy. I talked to Director David Aguirre to see why that was not put on the agenda. Essentially, they're waiting on the city to give them the green light to go ahead and put that on there. We're pretty much reserving ourselves until we finish the improvements with Caltrans. There have been members in that commission that have said rather distastefully that the city of Calexico does nothing to control border traffic and contributes nothing to that and should therefore do something first and then come to ask for funds. La Junta de la Comisión de Transporte este abril no tuvo en la agenda lo que viene siendo el subsidio para los controladores de tráfico. Estamos viendo posiblemente en mayo. Me dijo el director Aguirre que está esperando la autorización de la ciudad para agendar esa discusión de nuevo en la Comisión de Transporte, y nosotros como ciudad estamos esperando que esas mejoras con el Departamento de Transporte se realicen, se lleven a cabo, porque han habido comentarios dentro de la comisión que señalan a otros alcaldes, a otros vicealcaldes de otras ciudades, que la ciudad de Calexico no hace nada por el tráfico de su ciudad y que no brinda ningún esfuerzo para agilizar la cruzada. I did have planned for two presentations to come up here, but I'll go ahead and just vocalize them and make very brief questions. El consulado mexicano was present. Unfortunately, he had to leave due to very distasteful outbursts and decorum here on council on the part of the public. Consulado Mexicano, Mexican consulate was here. Unfortunately, he had to depart due to the demeanor and the lack of decorum of certain members of the public. But I will relay his petition. The summer months are coming. The Mexican consulate does give essential services, including protection of migrants, to this community. El consulado brinda muchos servicios, incluyendo su servicio de protección aquí en nuestra comunidad, y están expresando la exploración de equipo, ya sean trailers, sombras, baños, que podrán brindar servicio a la comunidad de esa área, no solamente para el consulado, pero sería abierto al público. Mexican consulate is requesting that infrastructure be explored as the summer months are coming, so that they're able to give service in a fashion that is air conditioned, has restrooms, not just for them, but for the entire community. The Farm Workers Coalition, which they're here, is a coalition of various local nonprofits, including the United Farm Workers, Pure Valley Equity and Justice, Labor Council, Líderes Campesinas, and others. They had come up here also with similar requests to, and correct me if I'm wrong, to explore what resources the city had to allow these nonprofits to give services to the transborder workers that stay overnight, while the efforts of Moreno and Romo for the Farm Workers Service Center proceed as a long-term vision. I believe they had mentioned the tents that we had, the portable trailers that we had, potentially lots of land, and collaboration around securing any potential sites for service in collaboration. La coalición de campesinos aquí está presente, so es una coalición de empresas sin fin de lucro, incluyendo la Unión Campesina original, la UFW de César Chávez, Imperial Valley Equity and Justice Coalition, la mesa directiva de sindical de San Diego Imperial y otros grupos. Pocas palabras, están pidiendo la exploración de recursos de la ciudad para brindar servicios y apoyos a los campesinos que cruzan la frontera todos los días y todos los días se quedan aquí a dormir por ciertas horas en la madrugada. Están explorando la posibilidad de tents, portátiles, trailers, lotes y colaboración en infraestructura, seguridad para posibles puntos de servicio. Y eso sería todo, and that'll be it for my report. We are going to be moving on to the consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent calendar are to be considered routine by the City Council, Redevelopment Agency, Successor Agency, or Financing Authority, and will be enacted by one motion in the form listed. Any item may be removed from the consent calendar and considered separately by council. I do believe Mr. Garcia had a motion to
Correct.
remove. Is there an
Item number 12.
Could you vocalize that motion?
I would like to pull item number 12.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor to pull item number 12 from the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second. So just clarification, so he makes a motion to approve the consent agenda, but remove item number 12 for discussion?
We will discuss it.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
for discussion.
So the motion, to be clear, is
And action.
to approve consent agenda items 5 to 11 and to remove item number 12 from the consent agenda. Only 12.
Yes.
And
Is there a second?
clarity, Mayor,
I'll
we
second.
also added an urgency item to the agenda, so that
Oh,
will be
and-
part of that motion as well.
Okay, urgency item, would you consider that one under your approval?
If-
Yes, okay, so everything except item number 12. Second by Mr. Manzanares. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay, sounds good. We'll be moving on. Consent agenda is approved with the exception of number 12. We are now on item number 12. Adopt a resolution authorizing the dissolution of the Housing and Economic Development Department, eliminating the positions, 2 positions, and approving reallocation of funds to fill the Public Works Director Engineer position for the 2022-2023 fiscal year. I believe City Manager has a very brief presentation on this item.
Yes, sir. For the last 2 months, the City Council has been requesting to hire an engineer because of the lack of personnel.
One second, there was a written comment on this item. I should probably read that first.
Should I go first with the person?
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Okay.
Yes.
And so because of incidents that we have had in the city in which we really putting pressure to staff that are not prepared to do improvements properly, and we have been outsourcing several engineers and creating a higher cost for our projects. Ms. Falomir, and I want to very, very respectful to Ms. Falomir because she has worked very hard to make it happen. She's overwhelmed now. She missed some of the employees. They took another job, some of the laborers, and that's where we are in terms of improvements. I have looked into the budget in different areas in every single department. As I mentioned before, the city, and I hate to make comparisons, but I had to make a comparison. Let's take the city of El Centro, for example. The city of El Centro is a 44,000 population city. The city of Calexico is a 39,000, almost 40,000 population. So we almost like 4,000 in population difference. They are operating with 298 employees. The city of Calexico is operating with 153 employees. We so understaffed to the point that wherever I look for options to hire this engineer, there was no options. Besides that, I look into what are the positions are really like very important and essential for the city to function. If I look at the finance department, and I'm sorry, Ms. Fonseca, I'm going to pick on you. She's serving right now as an interim finance director, but she's the only person that does the payroll. It's difficult to eliminate a position in her department where she's running that department in fumes. In addition to that, Public Works is understaffed. Parks and Recreation hire people from outside to be able to make it to the activities. And I had to say, Ms. Legaspi at the library, she also have employees that are through a company. They're not full-time employees of the city. We subcontract employees with a company. And so that tells me that I have no room to do that. There's no room for me to hire this engineer. This fiscal year, if you can see in the quarterly report, we're barely making it. So I have no options that to look into the departments. And one of the things that I find out in the Department of the Housing and Economic Development is that In October 6, 2021, the city council at that time approved the city manager to delete the position of the Director of Housing and Community and Economic Development, leaving that department with a lack of leadership. 2021, October 6, 2021.
There
Yes.
was an elimination of.
They
the
eliminated the director, and they left 2 positions in the department with no supervision. In addition to that, and looking at to the history of Calexico, and those for, I hope you remember, since 2014, this city has been out of compliance in the housing programs. We have been on hold from the state of California because we do not are in compliance with the monitoring that they have pending. Ms. Fonseca and her staff and my secretary, they're working together to put together those files that are missing information still, so that we can produce those reports and come back in good shape with the state. That's gonna take us time, but regardless of that, we have a position right now that is labeled as a housing inspector. The other position left, the person left, so it's vacant, but we haven't had housing rehabilitation inspection. I'm not talking about the regular housing projects. I'm talking about housing rehabilitation inspector, which is only for a specific program that we have not had in the city for many years. So seeing the budget that was allocated for that specific department, I had no other option but to secure the funding that is available in that amount, in that department, and to locate that funding through the Public Works Department, because it's what is needed. Otherwise, I don't see any other way that we can hire an engineer. So that's my presentation for you. I put this one as an option for you, for your consideration. You keep asking me for an engineer. You have seen the parts the way that they are. I have no options. This is the request of the City Council and the citizens of Calexico, that I have been receiving calls and calls and calls. What are you going to do with improvements? Cordova Park is our best example. The staff try to do it on their own, and I applaud them for trying, but the project is not done correctly. So a portion of the project is not done correctly. So I have no options but this one.
Okay, sounds good. All set. Reading the comment that came in from Ms. Rosie Fernandez Risen. As a resident of City of Calexico, I have 2 concerns on your consent agenda today. First is number 6. Why is Mr. Javier Moreno being reimbursed $345 for his trip to Taiwan when all expenses were fully paid for by Taiwan? Item number 12, which is the one we're currently on, is the dissolution of housing economic development. Was the state notified about this? Now who will be responsible for handling housing and economic development projects that are still in place? Does the city have someone available, being that the city is short-staffed? It appears that the city council tends to make decisions without examining the repercussion it would have on the city once a position is eliminated. Don't they understand that such a decision to eliminate this position would overall have a dire consequence on the city of Calexico? And that is her public comment, and being that she was an ex-council person, I will just note for the record that she also voted to eliminate the director's position that Ms. Colio specifically required. So she herself set the precedent for what is happening today, but I do appreciate her concerns. With that, we'll start council discussion. I believe Mr. Garcia had something to say.
Do we have any public comments additional?
Not on this item.
Okay.
Any public comments in the chambers? Okay. Starting council discussion.
I do understand the need of a city engineer. I'm not against it. I'm just concerned about the dissolution of this department. Why? Because it was pointed out, we're out of compliance on housing. We're out of compliance on the housing element. So, a few questions there. Has this been checked through the state as we are dissolving this, or looking into dissolving this department?
The state has no say in whether or not we create
And that's
or
fine. I
delete
just
that
want to make sure
department.
that we go through those checks.
Yes.
Because we don't want to make sure that, we come back and find ourselves again check the back and visit. Then also, is this part of the successor agency?
No,
No?
no, that's an independent department. The successor agency has not been doing any projects since years.
Yes, but if any monies were used, from the, redevelopment agency, this becomes part of the successor agency, just as something that we need to look into.
Yes.
Then, you mentioned about inspections, audits. So who's gonna do this?
So for the inspections, we have a building inspector with a license that does the housing inspections. The position that we have right now is only, and that's what I make sure that everybody understands, housing rehabilitation inspectors are different than a building inspector. A building inspector is a licensed individual that has the credentials to fully do an inspection over a house. A housing rehabilitation inspector follows only a checklist of does the house has a smoke detector? Check. Does the house has air conditioning? Check. That's all it does. There's a lot of difference between one and the other. It doesn't require a license, and we haven't had the program for many years.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going through a
Yes.
list of
No, feel
concerns.
free. Yes.
Then also, I know we haven't had this program for a long time, but we're looking into getting into a better situation through the audits, and hopefully one day also get the first-time home buyer, that many people have gotten their homes through that program.
Yes.
What will be, the outcome of that? Who will be handling that?
For a housing rehabilitation, for a first-time home buyer loan program, those are loans. They're not rehabilitation of homes.
I understand that, but
So-
make sure that we have a plan.
We have a plan that our building inspector, and we in the recruitment process of a part-time building inspector who is going to be doing that kind of job.
Just making sure that we're
Yes.
crossing all those. Then, how many staff are being affected by this dissolution?
One.
One.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, so that's on the housing.
Yes.
Now let's go to the economic development component. Okay. One of the things that I have been asking for years, even before coming to council, as part of the commission, economic development, is for a plan of economic development plan, for this city. What will be the status of that?
Most of the economic development nowadays are being managed by the city manager in combination with the Public Works Department and the Planning Department. And the reason why is because for those who knows and understand redevelopment agencies, when redevelopment agencies existed, all the funds were used mostly to maintain and operate a department, which was not the intention of the redevelopment agencies. The intention was to invest that money for projects. And because that didn't happen, the governor decided to end the program. When that happened, many cities lost their staff. And for that reason, most of the cities, specifically the cities that are struggling financially, are making the economic development to be part of the job description of the city manager, planning department, and public works department.
And I appreciate that, Esperanza, but I don't think you can do economic development as you stand right now.
No,
I'm just making a comment.
Yes.
I'm not saying that you're not capable. It's just that as you stand right now and you type of work that you have, the workload that you have, I don't think you have that. You have the time right now. So, and I don't need no answer to that. I mean, that wasn't a question.
Yes.
Just a comment. So I do think that economic development is really crucial. We don't have a chamber of commerce. We don't have, other institutions that are taking care of our businesses, whether it's to retain or attract businesses. So that's concerning because we're talking about funding. In one of the ways that we can get funding and diversify our funding is through economic development. We haven't had businesses come to Calexico, and again, they won't come to Calexico just because they want to come to Calexico. We have to do some legwork. We have to go out to them. We have to make sure that we put a cohesive plan with strategies as to how we're going to attract and retain businesses. We don't have it. So if we want to have these services, what we saw and what we're going to be talking about in the future, we need to have sustainability. We cannot depend on handouts anymore. We cannot continue to pass the collection plate to the citizens. We have to be self-sustaining. This is part of that, economic development. You know, just today we received some comments from a local business person that is excited to be part of the bid because he sees that, you know, there is potential. He still believes in Calexico. So we want to make sure that they just don't believe, but they're part of it. So economic development has to be there, has to be a component that exists, not just in a title, not just in a department, but in action. Why? Because, again, creates revenue, creates employment, creates a better quality of life. Without that, you know, we're still going to be going around in circles, and we're going to come back to where we're starting. So economic development, I'm not happy about that. You know, of course, we want to increase a tax base. We want to make sure that we continue to retain our businesses. Years ago, I remember that this same department was responsible for retaining Applebee's. You know, they were going to leave. And yes, for some it might be a laughing matter. But it's not just a source of revenue, but it's even a place of a reunion for people. I mean, we look around and what are the options that we have? There's no options for us. So, and potential businesses that have been planned for years without any type of economic development or team that, you know, takes care of that, it's not going to happen. It's not going to be generating revenue for us. So, and we always look at, you know, our quarterly financial reports on revenues. And we get the same thing every time. We're very hopeful at the beginning. Then once we get it, we get hit with the reality that, you know, revenue doesn't go up. Maybe it's still stagnant. It doesn't increase, and it's not going to increase unless we take care of this. So we need to be more strategic. Again, I'm not against hiring whether it's a city engineer or maybe even a planning director, public works director, but it's just eliminating this. I don't think it's the way to go about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Ms. Romo? No comments. Anybody else from council?
So, Ms. Esperanza, what projects would benefit for the city of Calexico and their citizens if the city of Calexico finally, after, I don't know, a decade, maybe more, that finally gets an engineer?
Now, the position for the Economic Development Department has not been in existence since one of the former city managers became an assistant city manager. 5 years ago, that position went away.
So what projects would Calexico finally be able to move forward with this engineer?
On economic development or housing?
No.
The engineer.
With the engineer.
With the engineer, most of the infrastructure projects that we have pending. If you notice in the last report, out of the $140 million of infrastructure improvements that we have, we may be moving like 30% or 40%. We just so delayed in improving those projects.
And improving infrastructure proves that ultimately makes people want to invest in the city of Calexico, correct?
That is correct.
So investing in an engineer is setting the foundation for economic development in Calexico. Now, how many parks are going to benefit for having an engineer?
Hopefully all of them.
Okay. We just saw a presentation on the state of the parks. Of course, none of us is happy about the way they look. And like I mentioned before, there's already been a few mistakes due to not having an engineer that cost us a lot of money. And what about people that are worried about this position? I mean, this is a position that you identified that can be eliminated without the city being in jeopardy, correct?
Yes.
Like, because these responsibilities are going to be relegated towards you.
They're already part of someone else's department's obligations.
So then what exactly is this position doing as of today?
Answering phone calls and taking messages and sometimes allocate some additional work. I will bring work from the finance department to this department so they can have something to do instead of not doing, because there's no housing rehabilitation.
Right.
So I cannot assign that person to anything else.
Because it's not in the job description.
It's not in the job description. And according to the MOUs, if I were to use one person with a defined job description for another activity, I have to pay additional salary to that person.
And I mentioned previously that we just approved last meeting the California Clean Air Grant for
Yes.
$5 million for parks. There were other sections in that same grant that El Centro was able to apply for more millions of dollars for infrastructure, and not Calexico because they have an engineer and we don't, right?
We were able to apply for that grant only because Ms. Falomir had an engineer on board already contracted with another funding source. They have the engineering designs prepared. If we wouldn't have that document, we wouldn't be able to apply for those $5 million. That's the only reason we were able to apply for.
Okay, so what about, just one question, one last question. I know that the fiscal impact is going to be a positive fiscal impact of $18,800, right?
Yes.
Is there an allocation for that money that it's going to be destined to?
So this, as I mentioned before, this fiscal year, the way that it was projected for revenues is not coming along, it's short. So $18,000 is funding that we can use to offset some of the costs at the police department and at the fire department that are upside down and overtime. That's for once. In addition to that, the $18,000 is only affecting the fiscal year of this year. For the next, if this item is approved, the $147,000 are going to be allocated to the Public Works Department to hire the engineer that we need.
Okay, so it would only be for this year? Okay.
Yes.
Those are all my questions. Thank you so much.
Mr. Moreno, any comments?
No comment.
No comments? I do have one very blunt comment before making a motion to approve this item. The first two positions that were removed from this department were in October 2021?
Yes, sir.
I remember you were here, I was here, Moreno was here, Camilo was here, Ms. Fernandez that took the liberty to comment on this item was also here. If I remember correctly, we all voted yes without batting an eye. There was none of these disingenuous concerns about what that department is very clearly not doing, other than saving Applebee's over a decade, right? God help us, right? I find it disingenuous and almost sexist that that kind of ability was not questioned when City Manager Figueroa made that move for an equivalent amount for the dispatchers, but now it is being questioned whether you can do economic development, having more experience as a woman now in the city manager's position. I can openly say Ms. Esperanza Colio, and someone who has studied economics, somebody who knows critically and academically about this topic, she, like Mr. Gilberto said about the potential for the engineer, this woman in her financial cleanup of the city, her administrative cleanup of the city, is setting the foundation for any kind of economic development to happen. She's playing catch up to make sure that procedures are right and that the foundation and the stage is set for economic development. She is more than capable in her position, and she's already being successful. So I absolutely trust Ms. Esperanza Colio over the work that we have not seen over decades from this particular department, and that this particular council and many members of this council previously voted to dissolve positions without any kind of reverence or comments, implying anything about the ability or the workload of the city manager, which has always been critical. And it was just as critical, if not even more critical in 2021 than it is now, precisely because of your excellent work, Ms. Colio, in the area of economic development. And to that, I do make a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
There's a second by Mr. Moreno. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
No.
That is 4-1. Motion passes. We're moving on to item number 13, receive and file 2021 to 2022 audit financial statements. Ms. Interim Director Fonseca.
Good evening, Council. The
Good evening.
reason why I came to this microphone is because I'll be introducing our auditor, Andrew Roth, and he'll be doing his presentation from the other microphone. As I've been briefing you throughout the quarters on the situation for the city, and now he is here to present to you the end of the year for 2022.
Good evening, Mayor and City
Good
Council members. We have a presentation tonight. We're going to walk through the financial statements for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2022. Is there a way to hit the lights so we can look at better?
Yeah, they're going to do it right now.
Some of them are pretty like bright. Cool. Next slide. So some of the things we're going to go through some required communications under the auditing standards. We're going to go over the audit responsibilities, that's both management and the auditors, the overview of the financial statements, some key financial indicators and key pension and OPEB information, as well as the audit results. Next slide.
Do you want me to be translating as you go through the slides, or?
Yeah, I'll stop after each slide.
Okay.
Required communications. So some required communications that are required to be made to those charged with government just by the auditing standards AUC 260. One's the independence. We as a firm and we've complied with all relevant requirements regarding independence as set forth in the Yellow Book. Significant accounting policies. The city has disclosed all significant accounting policies in Note 1 to the financial statements. During fiscal year 2022 year ending, the city implemented, as required, GASB statement number 87 related to leases. This pretty much, what it did is had operating leases that were previously just pay-as-you-go, and now those are on the balance sheet. Some significant estimates. Estimates are part of the financial statements and are required to be able to present the financial statements, and some of these are going to be the fair value on investments, the depreciation on capital assets, the net other post-employment benefit liability, as well as the net pension liability.
Okay. En esta filmina lo que se está hablando son de las políticas contables significativas. La ciudad reveló todas las políticas contables significativas en la nota número 1 a los estados financieros. La ciudad implementó la declaración número 87 GASB para los arrendamientos. Este es el primer año que se tuvo que hacer esa declaración y son para los arrendamientos que tiene la ciudad, tanto que recibe como los que tiene por fuera. Estimaciones significativas, valor razonable de las inversiones, depreciación de los bienes de la capital, otras obligaciones netas de prestaciones post-empleado y pasivo neto por las pensiones.
Next slide. So to go a little deeper into some of the communications related to sensitive disclosures, these are going to be, if you were reviewing the financial statements, specific disclosures in the notes that are a bit sensitive in nature. Note 1, if you want to get like the most general understanding of the accounting policies and procedures, you're going to want to go to Note 1. That's a summary of significant accounting policies. Note 3 is here because that's a new note that's related to the GASB 87. It's a lease receivable. And as usual, Note 9 and 10, the pension plans as well as the other post-employment benefit plans are pretty key notes to review. Note 12 is always one to look through. That's going to be your commitments and contingencies, any kind of like liabilities, legal or environmental or included there, as well as in the Note 18, prior period adjustments. There was a prior period adjustment made in the current year to more relate the indebtedness of the city based on like working with the measure. It was the Measure D and LTA debt that was previously on the city's books, but it really just, it was a commitment of revenue, I think, that the city made, so it wasn't actually appropriate to have the debt and cash that was actually held by a different entity on the books. And misstatements, there were no uncorrected or corrected misstatements reported. There were no adjustments made by the auditors this year.
Divulgaciones sensibles en la auditoría. La nota número 1, resumen de las políticas contables significativas. Nota número 3, arrendamiento por cobrar, que fue el GASB 68 que ya habíamos mencionado, que es una nueva nota en este año. Nota número 9, planes de pensiones, y la 10, igual, que es para otras prestaciones post-empleado, que se refiere a los empleados. Nota número 12, compromisos y contingencias, y la 12, ajustes del periodo anterior. En esta auditoría del 2022 sí se tuvo que hacer un ajuste periodo de anterior, que era del Measure D, el LTA, que viene siendo que más bien en el LTA fue donde lo anotaron, que tiene los detalles más. La ciudad solo era como un pasivo que entraba y salía. Errores, no se informó de errores corregidos durante la auditoría.
Next slide. So some other required communications that we're required to make. Consultations with other auditors. This would be kind of like auditor shopping, trying to consult for a certain result. And management informed us that, to our knowledge, there were no consultations with other accountants regarding auditing and other matters. Significant difficulties, we had encountered no significant difficulties in dealing with management during the audit, and there were also no disagreements with management in terms of accounting treatments or audit procedures performed during the audit.
Okay. Consulta con otros contadores. La agencia, la ciudad, les informó que no hay otros consultantes respecto a la auditoría a otros asuntos. Los auditores no tuvieron ninguna dificultad para poder hablar con la mesa administrativa, tanto como del concilio como los empleados. Desacuerdos con la gerencia, no tuvieron ningún desacuerdo con la gerencia en términos de tratamientos contables o procedimientos de auditoría realizadas.
Next slide. So some audit responsibilities. Next slide. So management's responsibilities in relation to the audit. Management's responsible for the financial statements. They're responsible to present the financial statements in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. They are responsible for adopting sound accounting policies and establishing and maintaining internal controls over financial reporting and compliance. The management is also responsible to provide evidence supporting the amounts and disclosures in the financial statements, as well as to prevent and detect fraud.
Responsabilidades de la dirección administrativa. Son responsables de los estados financieros. Presentar los estados financieros de acuerdo con los principios contables generalmente aceptados de los Estados Unidos de América. Adoptar políticas contables sólidas. Establecer y mantener controles internos sobre la información financiera y el cumplimiento. Proporcionar evidencia que respalda los montos y las revelaciones en los estados financieros. Y prevenir y detectar fraudes.
So to go into the auditor's responsibilities, that would be our responsibilities as the auditors. We are responsible for forming and expressing an opinion about whether the financial statements that have been prepared by management with board oversight are presented fairly in all material specs in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. We're also responsible to plan and perform the audit to obtain a reasonable assurance. It's not absolute assurance, just reasonable about whether the financial statements are free of material misstatements. And we are also responsible to consider internal controls over financial reporting. Such considerations were solely the purpose of determining our audit procedures and do not provide any assurance concerning such internal controls.
Responsabilidades del auditor. Formar y expresar una opinión sobre si los estados financieros que han sido preparados por la administración con la supervisión de la Junta de presentación de manera justa en todos los aspectos materiales de acuerdo con los principios contables generalmente aceptados en los Estados Unidos. Planificar y realizar la auditoría para obtener una garantía razonable, no una garantía absoluta sobre si los estados financieros están libres de errores materiales. Considere el control interno sobre los informes financieros. Tales consideraciones tenían el único propósito de determinar nuestros procedimientos de auditoría y no proporcionar ninguna garantía con respecto a dicho control interno.
So now we're going to go through an overview of the financial statements. So first, this is going to be an overview of the government-wide condensed statement of net position. This is going to include your governmental activities and your business type activities. This is kind of like a bird's eye view of the entire city as a whole. So assets at the end of the year were around $253 million. There's an increase of about $7 million. Deferred outflows of resources decreased 4.9 million to 6.8 million. The liabilities decreased 51 million down to 101 million. That partially relates to the prior period adjustment that was made, as well as CalPERS did have a significant investment earnings in excess of projected earnings. And that is actually, so you'll see your pension liability goes down, but then you'll see your deferred inflow of resources went up significantly to 25.6 million, and that's related to the amortization of those of that difference over a 5-year period. Your net investment in capital assets, this is going to be pretty much your capital assets, net of related debt, and
Excuse me, could you just clarify again, deferred inflow of resources, why that went up in that year period?
two reasons that one is going to be your leases, because there are leases, the new GASB 87 standard. So you're going to, in essence, what you do is you report an asset and a receivable, and then like your owed money, and then you have a deferred inflow, and they kind of like net each other. And then also that it was the CalPERS plan had the significant the investment earnings, and since that would bring your liability down, it kind of like increased the deferred inflow. So it's amortizing that, because you can kind of combine liabilities and deferred inflows together as like a number on that side.
And that's just a market trend, right?
Just wait till next year. It's
Oh,
gonna get.
yes,
It's gonna,
I'm anxiously waiting.
It's gonna, yeah, no. You'll see with the funded ratio went up, the amount of assets you have to pay for the debt, the total pension liability.
Yes.
But next year, I believe, from my quick reference, a lot of them are doubling. So your pension liability might double in the next year, and that's what all of CalPERS is doing, because the loss they had.
Anxiously waiting and ready to cry.
Yeah, well, you can look it up there. It's all out there.
Yes.
Soon enough.
Yes.
So net investment in capital assets that increased to 26.7 million. The restricted fund balance decreased slightly to 33.6 million, and the unrestricted deficit, overall deficit, decreased by 5.7 million to $20.5 million.
Is that net investment the New River project?
Yeah, and partially because I believe that measure D debt was also would have been like an offset, and it would have decreased the net investment in capital assets. That was the thing, the debt we took off, or the city worked with the plan, like with the measure D folks, to whose debt it actually was, because the city didn't take out the debt. The debt was taken out at the county level, and that's in that calculation. So if you take that, you say you take out $20 million of debt, that comes straight out of that number. New River did have an effect. It did go up, but not that much.
Okay. Yes.
So the overall net position of the city increased approximately 30.5 million. And this related to the prior period adjustment, as well as the net pension liability decreasing and OPEB decreasing as well. And all that, those were both liabilities.
En esta filmina es la declaración condensada de la posición de la ciudad comparándose del 22 y del 21. Aquí pueden ver los activos, los saldos diferidos de recursos, pasivos, entradas diferidas de recursos y la posición neta total. Uno de las razones de los cambios que hubo tan drásticos, una fue por las pensiones, que hubo una inversión en este año, pero sabemos que por los números que hemos estado viendo que para el próximo año eso que es bueno para las pensiones lo vamos a ver todo lo contrario para el próximo año. Y también hubo una afectación de lo del Measure D, por como se quitó lo dinero que se miraba como un pasivo a entrada diferida y se quitó, entonces por eso es que vemos un cambio de 30 millones.
Next slide. So this next slide is going to be the statement of activities. This is kind of like your income statement, as well as this is going to be a overall bird's eye view of the whole city. This is going to include both your business type activities, which water, as well as like the general fund and all the special revenue funds. So the total expenses of the city decreased $7.4 million to about $41 million. Part of this is because the pension, when it decreases, it will actually offset expenses. So you don't see it like in your general fund budget because you're not paying money out, but in the conversion, it will see like a decrease in the expenses. So that's why you're seeing that difference, most of the difference there, I would say. And then also, you did see an increase in capital grants and contributions for the program revenues. So your program revenues are going to be revenues that are directly attributable to expenses. So you charge something for a service, you know what you're charging and how the cost that you're using to get that service, as well as operating grants and capital grants and contributions. Capital grants is going to be partially ARPA, partially FEMA, partially New River. So the overall program revenues increased $3.6 million in the current year. So the net cost of service, you'll see this figure later, was about, from program revenues, was a negative $4 million, and that was actually a decrease, but it was less of a loss on the cost of services from the prior year. And the main reasoning for that stat is the cost of services is the program revenues are items that you can more easily change how much things are charged for, as opposed to the general tax revenue, which is a bit harder to adjust what the tax rate is. So that's kind of why you'll see that net cost of service, and it's actually a factor we're going to use in a couple slides. So the general revenues, the taxes, so it's going to be your property tax, sales tax, TOT, that increased $1.3 million for the current year. Investment earnings was at only $123,000 this year. That's a lot better than most cities. And then miscellaneous income was $11,000, which was just a decrease of $43,000 from the prior year. So overall, the change in net position at the overall government-wide level, which includes all the pension assumptions, was 12 point, and the changes in those discount rates was $12.9 million. So that's not exactly money you're going to see right away, but as in we'll go in the general fund next, and that's where you'll see the money that actually budgeted. And so it was the change in net position was an increase in net position of about $12.9 million, as opposed to the prior year only $1 million, an increase in net position. So that was $11.8 million from year-to-year increase.
En esta filmina lo que se está viendo es el resumen de toda la ciudad. Los gastos de toda la ciudad bajaron un 15%, y uno de los factores fue por lo de las pensiones, como dice, que bajaron, pero el próximo año sabemos que van a subir por lo que se ha visto en el estado. También se mencionan aquí todos los ingresos que recibe la ciudad, que vienen siendo los impuestos de propiedad, de ventas, de los TOTs de los hoteles, y de las utilidades del agua y del sewer. Y el programa de revenues, como lo pueden ver, son de 3.6 la diferencia del año 2021 al 22. Y el neto total hubo una ganancia de 11 millones.
So the next slide here, this is going to be your condensed balance sheet of the general fund. This is the main operating fund of the city. And key highlight here is the first line item, that would be your cash and investments. After years in the negative cash, the city is now rebounded and has a positive cash balance at the end of the year. And if you look at the trajectory from the last 4 to 5 years, it's just been going in that direction. So that is a positive.
That's great news.
Yeah. Other assets, that's just the other assets. You will see some changes, I think, on that, because the lease receivable is included. You will see that. You should see that in the actual, like, more detailed, less condensed financial statements. Liabilities in the general fund decreased about $1.1 million. And that new deferred inflow of resources is 100% related to leases. So, and often the deferred inflow of resources related to leases and the lease receivable that was like the new added on kind of offset each other because they're pretty close. They're minor differences. So just to note that.
What is reducing our liabilities?
I believe it could be unearned revenue.
Okay.
Money received, not spent yet. It could have been ARPA. I'd have to go back and take a look at that for you, though. I think we could get that information later. Non-spendable, your non-spendable fund balance is going to be pretty much any kind of prepaids or inventories that are not in a spendable form. Assigned fund balance, this is a fund balance that's assigned at a level that's designated by the city council. I believe it is city manager is the level, and you can see it if you go into the budgetary information at the beginning of the required supplementary information schedule. It states who has the authority to assign. Commitments would, if you see committed fund balance, these would be items that are actually city council has to commit these themselves, but you don't have any of those as of right now. So your unassigned fund balance had increased to $2.7 million, and I think if you were to actually take a 3 to 4 year look of the general fund's unassigned fund balance, you would note that it has been going in a positive trajectory for about 3 to 4 years now. So that is continuing in that positive direction. So your overall fund balance, that would be your assets, what you have, and minus what you owe, increased about $1 million in the current year.
En esta filmina lo que se puede ver es el balance condensado, el estado de balance condensado. Aquí lo que se está refiriendo son a lo que tiene la ciudad en efectivo, en propiedad, en inversiones, en propiedades, y pueden ver también las asignaciones que se hacen, que las aprueba el mismo concilio junto con la city manager, las cantidades de esas, y en el final el balance total del saldo. Y como pueden ver, si se fijan en los anteriores auditorías, antes estábamos en negativo en lo que era del efectivo y eso, y ahora ese es el primer año que estamos en positivo. Y lo que dice el auditor es que las que están asignadas y que están comprometidas en los últimos 3 y 4 años hemos ido hacia arriba con un número positivo.
So now we're going to go into the income statement of the general fund, kind of a condensed statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance from year to year. So the revenues of the general fund showed an increase of $1.7 million. Then on the other side, you have expenditures. Expenditures also. So the revenues increased, and then mine looks backwards, but the expenses increased as well, $1.7 million. So the revenues over expenditure change from year to year is only about $60,000. So this is actually money you see, like you see the government activities, statement of activities, and you see big amounts, but then the bigger one that comes to the general fund, because it's going to show you kind of like actual money being spent, current financial resources method of accounting. Transfers were pretty steady at about $1.5 million. So, but good news is that the general fund's change in fund balance has gone up again, $937,000, and as again, if you were to look at a 3 to 4 to 5 year trend of the general fund, you will see that it at one point was negative fund balance and had slowly, and it's inching its way back up to build the big thing about the general fund is you want to have a general fund reserve, a 60-day reserve typically, so this is kind of like a rainy day fund, something happens, you kind of need money, and you don't want to have to go into like a deficit fund balance to kind of be able to pay for those issues. So you guys are accruing that reserve, and we will be going over that in a future slide.
That 60-day reserve, it was, we achieved that reserve this year, correct? The 60
Very close.
Very close.
I did the math. I think 60 divided by 365 is like 16.04.
I think that was for the 2022 bill, and our current budget.
This current year, yeah.
Yes, it's different. This is the closing of the 2022. Yes.
Okay.
Under this new fiscal budget, we have the 60 days as requested by the state auditors.
Oh, that's amazing.
But you did, I believe, if in the next slide, I think it says 15%
Yes.
is the amount of unassigned as opposed to expenses. But if you do the math on 60 days, it's about 16.04. So you're right there.
God bless.
En esta filmina pueden ver cómo los ingresos y los gastos aumentaron por aproximadamente 60 millones. Si se fijan en el neto estamos estables. Si nos fuéramos para atrás 3, 4 años hacia atrás, podrían recordar que estábamos con un saldo negativo y hemos estado poco a poco aumentando nuestra reserva, en el cual para cerrar el 2022 estábamos casi cerca de estar en los 60 días como el Estado nos lo ha pedido, y dice el auditor que estamos muy cerca de estar en esos 60 días, que hay un resumen positivo.
Next slide. So now we're going to go into some financial indicators and key pension and OPEB information. So this first slide is going to be your net cost of services to tax revenue. Once again, the net cost of services is going to be your expenses minus your program revenues. And this is going to be, I believe in the current year, was affected by both the pension, the excess projected earnings, as well as the decrease in the OPEB, which had an effect on the expenses, as well as an increase from the ARPA, which would have been a program revenue. So that was kind of a one-time revenue. So it looks like the net cost of service decreased a lot, but some of it can be a little deceptive. So but it's under 100%, and that's good for both years. So, but I'd say probably once you get another year under your belt and see kind of where it fluctuates, it'll get back to a steady point, I think, once we get out of COVID. Okay. And you'll see that, so the excess and then just governmental activity was at 9.2, and we walked through that on a previous slide.
La porción por debajo de 100% es buena, significa que los ingresos fiscales son suficientes para cubrir el costo neto de la prestación de servicios sin sumergirse en la posición neta o depender de las ganancias de inversión o ingresos varios. Y como pueden ver en estas dos filminas, nuestro promedio es de 45% para el 22 y fue en el 96.21. Así que en este año estamos mucho mejor con el 45%.
This slide, this is where we're going to kind of go over that rainy day fund that we talked about. So this is going to be your unassigned fund balance against the annual expenditures. So in the current year, the ending unassigned fund balance in the general fund was 2.79 million, and the annual expenditures in the general fund was 18.2. So this is a ratio, it gives you about 15.3. So it's really close to that 16%. But I believe if you continue on this rate, it looks like, and if you do go back a few years, if you go back 3 or 4 years, you will see significant improvement in this ratio. So you guys are getting in a more healthy place each year, and that's good. That's good news.
En esta filmina se puede ver el promedio de que se recomienda de que tengamos como la ciudad. Como pueden ver, en el 2022 estamos con el 15%, que nos da un equivalente más o menos cerca a los 60 días. Y explica que como van pasando los años anteriores, ahorita poco a poco hemos mantenido este promedio.
This next slide is going to be the pension standard. This is going to be the net pension liabilities. So your measurement date is always going to be a year behind the date, because it takes a while for them to value the assets and also value the liabilities at CalPERS. And the sensitivity analysis, it's going to show you a change of what the net pension liability would be to if the expected rate of return decreased 1% to 6.15, obviously, so that means your pension liability is going to go up, and then the other way around, if they expected to earn more, then your pension liability would go down. And just a note, in fiscal year 23, the discount rate actually decreased, so it will be going more towards the higher number, just excluding the rate of the loss on the CalPERS investments. So the plan's proportionate share, so this next stat it's called the funded ratio. Before they came up with the pension standard, this would be the only number you saw, and they didn't actually have it in your financial statements, the amount of pension liability you owed. So it means, in essence, this is the percentage of the total liability owed that you actually have sitting in assets. So that did increase for both plans, and around 83% from about 73%, but I believe in the next year, I think it's going to go pretty close back down to the prior year. And these are amounts that fluctuate, and depending on the earnings and the economy.
Esta filmina es de la pensión de la ciudad de los empleados. En esto se trabaja un año atrasado. Estamos viendo los números del 2021. Es una participación proporcional del plan en la posición neta fiduciaria como porcentaje, y como mencionaba el auditor, esto todo depende de los gastos de ingresos y también como esté la economía de las pensiones. Y en estábamos en el 74.73 y en el pasado fue el 71.86, y piensa que para este año que viene, el 23, que se van a manejar los números del 22, vamos a volver a bajar al 71 más o menos.
Next slide. This next slide here is going to be your OPEB, your total OPEB liability, and you will note that from year to year, you'll note that your funded ratio is 0 because currently you're not setting aside any funds to pay for the OPEB. It's more of a pay-as-you-go. Typically, for the funded ratio to change, you have to create like a trust and investment funds into it. But there was a change in discount rate, going from 2.19 to 4.09, and there was a decrease in the OPEB liability, and there was also a biannual demographic update. So it does both the discount rate as well as it takes in mortality and all the human factors, I would call it. But there was a decreased about 16 million in the current year.
En esta filmina se puede ver en general lo del GASPI 75 que se reportó para el 22 y el 21, y como pueden ver, esta es una cosa que cambia, es variable dependiendo de los gastos y cómo esté lo de las pensiones.
And just to explain this, because it might look, when I created the graph, it just had 1 year, but to put 2 years in there, I kind of took so if you were to look at total OPEB liability, it's the one in the middle is the current liability, but if you were to increase, say, 4.09 to 5.09, it would, similar to the pension, it's the sensitivity analysis of the change in the discount rate. It's not stated, but I was trying to do a 2-year comparative to.
Lo que estaba diciendo es de que trató de hacer una comparación de 2 años en esta filmina, y la que es el actual es el que está en el medio, donde dice responsabilidad total del OPEB, el que está como en grisecito.
Next slide. Audit results. So the audit results, the opinions, there was an unmodified opinion issued on all opinion units. This is referred to as a clean audit opinion. This is kind of what you're looking for. This states that the financial statements are fairly presented in all material specs. Accounting policies have been consistently applied. Estimates used are reasonable, and disclosures are properly reflected in the financial statements.
Resultados de la auditoría, que esto es algo de lo que nos debemos de fijar, las opiniones de los auditores, dictámenes no modificados emitidos a todas las unidades de opinión, Los estados financieros se presentan de manera justa en todos los aspectos materiales. Las políticas contables se han aplicado sistemáticamente. Las estimaciones utilizadas son razonables. Las revelaciones se reflejan adecuadamente en los estados financieros.
Next slide. So some other results, there were no disagreements with management. We didn't note any material weaknesses. No material weaknesses were identified in internal control or financial reporting or compliance. There were two significant deficiencies identified in internal control or financial reporting. One was a late audit report, which means it was after March 31st. But in all fairness, it actually is coming to almost the same meeting from year to year, so it really didn't change. It was just last year they had a COVID pushback to September. And also that the city staff is, I think, a little understaffed. The finance department has been for a few years, so we're always trying to we'll get that caught back up to March.
I do believe Councilperson Moreno has a question.
Sure.
Yeah, on page 22, you noted two deficiencies. What were those?
Oh, I just said one's a delay in financial reporting.
Okay.
Single audits are required to be submitted by March 31st. But
Okay.
last year, what I was saying is that it's not like it's later than it was last year. It's the
Yeah.
same exact time, but last year there was an extension to September 30th. And to be honest with you, they should have done it this year too, because people weren't back from COVID yet.
Oh, we forgot to do that.
Most of my
Yeah.
clients were late.
Yeah, okay.
And the other one was a reporting finding on compliance finding on a report. It was on the airport grants, but it was, I think, just a misunderstanding, because there is like a final report that's submitted, and but per like the regulation, even if you've spent no money, you need to submit like a blank form, and it wasn't submitted. So,
Oh, okay.
but they did submit the final report afterwards. It was just that they have this, and we got to buy the book, kind of like if it's not submitted, even though it should be blank. That was the other one. So it wasn't very. That's why it's just a significant deficiency and not a material weakness.
Right, thank you.
Yeah.
Otros resultados, sin desacuerdos con la ciudad, no se identificaron debilidades materiales en el control interno sobre la información financiera o el cumplimiento. Se identificaron dos deficiencias significativas en el control interno sobre la información financiera o el cumplimiento, y esas dos fueron: una fue que se tenía que haber sometido ese reporte antes del 31 de marzo y se sometió después de, pero explicaba el auditor que que no cambia nada de cómo se hizo el año pasado a este año, y una de las razones que él le da importancia y que le da una así es de que sabe que el Departamento de Finanzas, como la ciudad, está corto de personal y que no hubo ningún cambio del año pasado a este. Otra fue en un reporte que se tenía que dar de un grant del aeropuerto, que el personal no sabía que tenía que haber reportado un reporte en que fuera en blanco, pero que la ciudad sí lo reportó al terminar el proyecto. Se encontró sin problemas contables, no se observaron actividades inapropiadas.
And that is a slide. Thanks for letting me share the presentation.
Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job.
Good presentation.
Yeah.
Any motions?
Very good presentation.
Any motions on item number 13?
I have a
Additional
motion
questions?
to approve.
Motion by Vice Mayor Romo to
I'll second
approve.
that.
There's a second by Mr. Moreno. All those in favor signify
Aye.
by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Mr. Manzanares, did you vote? Yes? Motion passes unanimously. We will now be moving on to item number 14, which we do have several public comments for. It is the consideration of the reinstallation of the Calexico Brewery Company sign located on the northern side of Cole Boulevard at this intersection with MLK Street. At the intersection with MLK, and we're talking specifically about MLK and Cole Road. Contract planner, Mr. Grant. I don't know who's going to be making the presentation. Ms. Colio, Mr. Grant.
Good evening. We received a request for Mr. Hold on one second, let me organize myself. Yepes. He owns a brewery in the city of Calexico. The location of the brewery makes it difficult for people to be able to see the brewery, and that makes it difficult for him for the marketing of his business. 2 years ago, previous management approved a temporary encroachment for a signage, and the signage was moved along with all the election propaganda, the the signs that were moved along with them. The location of this signage was in the city's right of way, but near to the IID's easement, because it's closer to a canal. So apparently, per Mr. Yepes, IID went and removed every single signage that was at that time in that area, including his. Mr. Yepes requested that we honor the previous signage that was approved as a temporary encroachment. But I mentioned to Mr. Yepes that according to the ordinances and the city's code, I don't have that ability because I will be in violation of the established code. And for that reason, I mentioned to him that the only individuals that can make this decision is you, not me. It's outside of my authority.
So the previous city manager approved this administratively without any authority? Or without the corresponding authority? Did previous management have the authority to make that determination?
If I will go for the ordinances, no.
I guess the question would be legal authority.
It wasn't consistent with your, it was not consistent with your municipal code.
It was not consistent, and just so the public knows, the code that we are discussing is the one that you have sent over. It is ordinance 17.01.113, advertising on public property. No person except a public officer or city employee in the performance of his duty shall paste, post, paint, or erect a flag, pennant, sign, or notice of any kind, or cause the same to be done on public property, street, bridge, sidewalk within the city, and no person shall attach any item to private utility poles. Exceptions: signs and banners for special public events to the benefit of the entire community and authorized as the director designate. That is the item at hand that we are now discussing, and we do have some public comments. Mr. Jose Luis Yepes II, I believe.
Good evening, Ms. Mayor.
Good evening.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, city manager, city staff, and fellow Calexicans. My name is Jose Luis Yepes III. The president, co-founder of Calexico Brewing Company, lifelong Calexico resident, Calexico High School graduate class of 2010. Let's go Bulldogs.
Go Bulldog.
So the reason I'm here tonight is obviously to discuss the item on the agenda and just to make some clarification on our purpose isn't to change the ordinance or the code tonight. We're just here to get some help from our elected officials and administration on the situation at hand. When we previously applied for the permit back in August of 2020, as everybody knows, we as a society were in the midst of an unprecedented global pandemic. Nobody really knew what was going to come from that. And with that being said, it was a difficult and dark time for many, not only for us. But a lot of the local businesses closed their doors permanently in March of 2020. That sign that we were able to put up was kind of like the light at the end of the tunnel for us, where it gave us an opportunity to continue to advertise and get more business, in the sense of we had to change our entire logistics to go. We can no longer host any patrons at our place. It was just to go. And that being said, it really reduced our income at our business. So with the sign, it really helped us kind of stay afloat, and that I really strongly believe that that's one of the reasons why we are not one of the businesses that closed our doors permanently after that year, we're still here. Regardless, when our sign was wrongfully taken down, it has drastically affected our revenue and source of income from customers. I've even gotten, actually, I just got a comment when I was walking in today from someone that said, hey, you guys are still open? A lot of people think we're not open anymore because of the removal of the sign. So long story short, I'm just here to seek the help of the council and the approval of our permit, just to kind of get some help in figuring out what we can do to proceed with the aforementioned permit.
Mr. Yepes, when was your sign removed?
It was in February of 2022.
February 20, all right.
21, sorry.
February of 21. Okay, thank you. Mr. Robert Yepes.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Just here to elaborate on the issue at hand as well. Specifically to reference the graph that was handed out to you guys, if you have that in front of you. It just demonstrates our sales, the year 2021 and the year 2022. If you look at the comparable months after reopening, we reopened in April 2021 for foot traffic once more. So referencing those comparable months following that, from June through November, you can see that there's a over average 20% drop in our sales. And we personally attribute that to the signage, which it drove a lot of traffic on a weekly basis. We'd get new customers, like, hey, I didn't know we had a brewery here in Calexico. And we have seen that change. We have noticed that most of our new customers are from out of town. They're people that see us online, they see our reviews, they want to try our beer, and that's been our main driver for new foot traffic without the signage. But with regards to that, I just want to say that us as a business here, we represent Calexico. A lot of people that do come from out of town, we're some of the first people they meet that are from Calexico. So we're proud to represent Calexico. We're proud, we enjoy where we're from. We're very happy to provide a space for the community to gather around and get together, because that's our main job. That's the way I see our business. It's not to sell beer, but represent Calexico. We make really good beer. We make arguably the best beer in the valley here, and we want to continue doing that. We want to continue driving the local traffic, because me and my brother, we're a small representation, and when we get people from out of town, we need to have that foot traffic there as well. We need to have a bigger representation so that people from outside, they get to know our community. They can see that, hey, this is a nice place, and we want to continue to provide that. We don't want to leave Calexico without a brewery. It's a small thing, but it means a lot to people. Those customers that we get at the end of the day, that they just want to have a nice chat with someone, just let out their feelings or whatever it is, just to have a good beer. We want to continue to provide that, and we're here to ask you guys for help in that. We did have a previously approved permit, and we just want to continue our business the way we had. It clearly has affected us, and we just ask for your help. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Yepes III.
Jose Luis Yepes Jr. Well, I'm the father of the brewers. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. It is a great honor to be here to have this conversation. You were just mentioning earlier about the economic development issues within the city, trying to keep businesses here locally, not having anybody else leave. We do represent Calexico as a brewery. Back in 2019 of April, we were actually invited by the #1 craft brewer in the United States, which is Boston, Samuel Adams, and we went with Mr. Jim Cook. He wants our beer over there. However, he doesn't know how to get to the Calexico Brewing Company because we don't have a sign. And that's just a joke, I'm sorry. It's just a small little decision, but you know, it means a lot. These boys have worked hard. I'm proud of them. Their mother's standing right there, sitting right there. And she came over here. Mrs. Yepes and council members, mayor. The brewery, when it was going, it brought community. It's not a cantina. It's a tap room. It's a place where people go enjoy a drink, a craft beer made by your local. And we come up with a lot of types of beers all the time. These guys are very talented. We're getting ready to open up a restaurant. We need one here in Calexico. We're gonna put the best food around. You will have the best food around. Our chef has already made a really great and awesome menu for us. However, it's as simple as just trying to get into the place. I was asked the other day by Mrs. Colio as to why we were in the warehouse areas. And she apologized for not the understanding of what craft beer is about. Craft beer is actually, if you go a craft beer enthusiast, is made in these parks, in these industrial areas, because we are microbrewers. And we tend to promote our beers in our small areas. And in many different ways, there's many different areas where the way to do it. Mexicali has taken on that trend very strong. And they are basically the gateway to the craft beer worldwide. And Calexico is where it starts. But I need your help. I need your help just to put that sign up. Just bring them in. We will get people start to come in once we start working hard, but it's going to help us out a little bit. I would really appreciate it not to put these kids down and not to put this community. This community means a lot to all of us. I've seen many of these youngsters here grow up with my boys, and many of them have been successful, many of them are growing, and we appreciate those that are here supporting the group. I just want to wrap it up to say thank you very much for this evening, and I do hope to see each and every one of you at the brewery. To support this local brewery means a lot. Thank you very much and have a great evening.
Thank you, Mr. Ayala. Bringing this discussion back to council. Council members, is there any discussion? Anybody on queue for comments?
Want me to go first?
Sure.
So my comments first. Thank you, Mr. Yepes' family, for being here tonight. I really appreciate your input and your concerns there. And I got your statistics there. Obviously, you took a hit, and just like other businesses. Having said that, my question is for our attorney, and what's the possible liability in terms of, well, we already know it shouldn't have been done in the first place. I think Mr. Figueroa was here at that time.
Yes.
And I don't know if we weren't even told. I didn't vote on it. I don't know, nobody up here voted on it. Looking at the legal ramifications, I allude to Mr. Attorney, is that I know there's an easement and an encroachment aspect there with the IED, and also the city of Calexico was a public thoroughway there. And I understand that nothing can be there because of liability, right? Signs or anything.
Yeah, generally, public rights of way you want to maintain free for public safety issues, and that's why here, as in almost all jurisdictions, very limited can be done in the public right of way.
There's an easement on that place?
It looks like, I wasn't aware, but it looks like the IED probably doesn't have, they probably do have an easement, and those need to be maintained clear.
Right.
And that's probably why I imagine they probably went through and removed whatever obstruction improvements were within the public right of way.
So that was clear, something was not supposed to be done, right?
Not you don't, in public rights where you try to maintain
Right.
them free and clear, very limited. When you do work in a public right of way, even that you need an encroachment permit, and that's why it looks like one was authorized here. but that's when you do work in the public right of way. And generally, that encroachment permit is just to access it to do work, and then that terminates.
Right, and then we have a city ordinance for that explains that, why, the reasons why. A municipal code.
Yeah, I mean, within the public right of way, there's very limitations that, of what you're gonna allow there, and if you do, it's generally very temporary and not a permanent for public safety reasons, and that's the reason Calexico, like, if you look at most cities, counties, they have the same provisions in terms of installing improvements within your public right of way.
Would Calexico Brewing Company, would everything prevent them from going, maybe a private business? We have Kotori at the corner, that mattress place look on the corner. Can they go in and talk to the owners and make it put their sign there?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, the city has a sign ordinance and provides what
Right.
location signs are allowed, what are the dimensions of those signs. So, I mean, I think the city is available to meet with, I know from staff, I know they're open to meet and see what other locations could also work.
So in retrospect, even if that thing would have come up to us, we wouldn't approve that anything, because there's no municipal code we can.
Yeah, a lot of these type of signages are generally handled administratively at the staff level. I mean, and generally staff would follow the city code in terms of approving or denying those projects, those type of signs or other smaller items to that effect. To the extent somebody disagreed with the interpretation of staff, then that generally can be appealed either to the city council or planning commission or the head of the city.
Okay, that's all I have.
So where exactly does the city and IID division start in this property? Do we have
I'm not aware, the specifics of that I'm not aware of, but it seems that there's an easement, what I'm hearing, but I haven't seen the specifics of that.
So the area has maybe like 4 feet of that area is city right away, and then it starts right after. If you go to the GIS map, you can see that there's about 4 or 5 feet only city's area, but then IID takes over on the other side.
So we can say sort of that the slope is a city property and then it turns into IDs.
Yes, so you have the sidewalk and then a little portion of dirt and then the other portion that is private property. It will be considered private property that is not in our right of way. The sign was placed in the right of way of the city.
So it's in the city's jurisdiction.
Yes, sir.
Can you answer why exactly did IID take the sign down?
Okay, first of all, the IID's property is way beyond that limit. I believe it's like 30 feet, way beyond the street, okay? The purpose of the IID was an disgruntled employee that showed up at 6 a.m. in the morning on Sunday after Super Bowl, or before, right, was it? Yeah, before. Put on a chain and just pulled it out. There was absolutely no other signs there at the time. So I will correct Ms. Colio, there was no events on February 4th for voting or anything else. The only thing that was there was our nice, beautiful sign. And this guy came in with the chain. The reason we know is we had actual video of this from Kotori, which actually identified the person, which was a Sanjero. And he was reprimanded, or he was actually disciplined by the IID, where they recognized that he just came over and tore it down. Now, that being said also, we came over here in a nice and honest way to ask if we could put it back up. We would have known, we wouldn't have said anything, just put it up. I mean, honestly, but we're being honest people, and we've always been honest people. So it's not our intention of trying to get away with an ordinance or anything. It never has been. It was actually requested to be and agreed upon to make this a conditional use permit. So if the city was ever required to run that street through there, they had all the rights to tear it down, and we had no problem with it. And we still don't have a problem with it. It's that's all we're asking for, is a conditional use permit, not to change any ordinance on this.
And if I can ask, because I can see that you guys went the legal way of going about
Absolutely.
this. Whether the city was at fault, punto y aparte, what you guys did seems to go the legal route, which is you sign up a temporary use permit and an encroachment permit. How much was that spent on those permits for the sign? more or less?
I don't recall, I'm sorry, I don't recall. Less than $800, I think, for the permit or something like that, was it? Or is it a little more, yeah.
So essentially what we had, excuse my interruption, we had a misleading administrator making believe people that was okay to do, and it wasn't, because now we know it's a municipal code. That's essentially what happened. So you're the victims, we're the victims up here, as well as the administrator.
Well,
I mean, in retrospect, I'm just trying to be fair because,
I don't think it was misleading. I just think he was being helpful at the time.
well, the municipal code, Mr. Yepes, says you can't do it.
That's understandable. That's understandable.
Yeah.
And I respect that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's by the attorney here saying that shouldn't have been done. So I think we're we're in a catch-22 here. So, anybody else?
I'm gonna be really honest about this. At the end of the day, we're talking about a sign. Nomás un letrerito. If the city of Calexico is so inaccessible that we can't even support a small local business by putting a sign, but we'll bend over backwards and out of the way for big businesses to receive tax breaks so they can bring business here, but not help our own,
Thank you.
then are we really for small businesses, Aki? You know, like, because developers come and they'll ask for loan deferments. They'll come and they'll ask for tax breaks, and we'll give it to them. But when small businesses come with, I want to place this sign here, that was already there, and the city was already allowing it, it really comes off as disingenuous and not wanting to help our own local business. I mean, we already have that reputation of not being accessible enough for business. We're talking about economic development, but then we go ahead and do things that affect us economically. Because when you guys are affected economically, we're affected economically, right? We collect taxes, we use it. That being said, I do want to say that staff cannot support the reinstallation of the sign due to the city's ordinance, rules, and regulations. Ultimately, the decision lies on council, correct?
Generally, council acts.
Right. So what is the repercussion possibly legally of council approving this sign to go back up?
Somebody could challenge it if there's liability potential reasons. I mean, you would probably want insurance if you were gonna
Yeah,
approve it.
or
Obviously, and I think
insurance.
I think there was insurance that was required as part of the initial when it was previously administratively approved. But in and of itself, there's nothing that automatically happens. It's just to the extent there was some liability down the road, or if somebody else were to challenge it.
Okay. Because, I mean, we cannot be so inaccessible to our own local businesses that we're like, you know, you can't even put a sign here. Tell me what is there right now. Ever since we took that sign down, ¿qué es lo que hay? There's nothing. It's dirt. Why are we going above and beyond to not make this happen? ¿Verdad? You were going to comment?
Yeah, I'd say, well, I appreciate that, Ms. Manzanares. Two things. One thing is it created a precedent for other people, organizations, or anybody could do the same thing in any other place. Especially with the campaigning, everybody's going to put signs everywhere, and there's supposed to be an order out here, law and order, and we had municipal code specific for that. The other thing I allude to is the liability behind that, which we have to be careful, because then we're looking into possible litigations, lawsuits. Somebody runs over. Anyways, I'm just it's not a good business.
I understand the concern. You mentioned yourself right now, a precedent. What we're dealing with right now is not something that's new. This is not a business coming in and like, this is the first time I'm going to place this sign here. We don't know how it's going to work out, right? It's something that's been already there, right? For close to a year it was there. Nobody came and complained. Nobody smashed against the sign, except for the ID worker. There were no complaints. This sign really did nothing wrong to the city, citizens, except the city of Calexico, who, you know, is at fault for this, because unfortunately it shouldn't have been approved since the beginning. because of the ordinances that are in place. Staff, the city itself, didn't request the removal of the sign. As you know, we aren't very effective in enforcing our own ordinances and codes. So the city itself didn't even go out of their way to remove the sign.
No.
I believe you. So at least the way that I see it, if businesses want to put signs, as long as they go through the legal process, what do we earn as a city? We earn money from the permits, encroachment, TUPs, whatever type of permits that they need. And if their businesses are affected in a positive way for more clientele, then that benefits us as well. Personally, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know about Calexico Brewery until I drove through Cole and I saw that sign myself. So I can attest that the sign, it drove me into the brewery. And again, that place is a sign of community. I mean, many events have been held there. I know I go with my friends there. De vez en cuando, don't drink and drive. But again, really, we're like going out of the way here just to not make this matter happen.
Thank you for your presence here. I know I haven't had the time to visit you, much less on this particular topic, but I'm glad we're here and I can share my honest opinions on the entirety of the situation. Long story short, as you're hearing, we are a city that is trying to fix processes because processes have not been followed. First of all, I'd like to extend an apology for the fees that you have paid, going around and round with city staff making exceptions that they should not have been making, and now we're caught in the middle trying to establish rules for everybody, right? And so in my humble opinion, first of all, on the ordinance, to me, it's not just a sign. To me, it's not even about the sign, it's about the procedure, right? And I think there's 3 ways to remedy this particular situation. The first one is to simply pursue advertising methods that are consistent with the current code, which is to rent space from another business, hire flag waivers, or do everything that is currently allowable under the current code. And the second one is to, if we're going to allow, even conditionally on public right-of-ways, simply change the ordinance. Just say city council is going to allow this, not just for the brewery, for everybody. That way we can establish what the insurance requirement is and have it the same for everybody. Because if we do it on a one-by-one basis, you do a 15% insurance, you pay $50 rent, you pay $150. As long as you have 3 votes, that's what counts. And what we're trying to do here is the other thing. If we want to allow it, that's fine. But I feel like we have to really set the same rules for everybody, specifically to prevent this from ever happening again, right? We're gonna allow signs, that's fine. Which roads? Is it gonna be dirt patches on Cole? Is it gonna be on Bowker? Is it gonna be, where's it gonna be? How much are we gonna charge in rent, if we're gonna charge in rent? We can charge large businesses based on their gross net income. We have like a sliding fee scale for the rent, sliding fee scale maybe even for the insurance, depending on liability. We can tweak and make sure that we have processes that are equal for everybody. I just think it's, or at least in my humble opinion, yes, the city has bent over backwards to do many deals to many people. People, Walmart, people, como se dice, bent over backwards in ways that are quite frankly not in accordance with our own rules, and we really want to fix that. But we also want to help you, right? I think it's a perfectly sensible route to propose a change in the ordinance that allows for signs to be placed on roads that are unpaved. If you go on First Street, when you pass Andrade, where the border protest was, that is, in the city's definition, it is a part of First Street, but it's unpaved, right? So the city council can say, well, you can't put advertising anywhere except on unpaved city roads while they remain unpaved. reasonable. And we will charge $50 in rent, and we will require this thing and that kind of thing. And I would be more comfortable with the ordinance route than doing these individual exceptions that we've been doing. And sometimes it's hard for staff to keep track of all of these variances, right? You know, we've had many situations, and this is not the first one, where applicants come to council and we have an ordinance and the ordinance says, well, you can't do that, and then they pull out a letter from Miguel Figueroa from 2018 and say, but Miguel said yes, you know, and what authority did he have to say yes? And it has to go to council, and we need to have established procedures. And if the direction of this council is to change the ordinance, let's do it fast, so you don't even have to make an application. It's literally just allowable, right? There's a process. We're kind of slow, let's be real. The time it takes to change an ordinance is ideally 1 month, and that only happens if we tell the lawyer today, we want this, and that, and he puts everything aside and says, all right, I'm typing up this ordinance. In the perfect world is a month. There are gonna be a couple little decisions that need to be made, so it's probably not gonna be a month. It's probably gonna be like a month and a half, maybe 2 months. But we can definitely weigh the priority of it being a local business as something that needs to change, right, in my opinion. Secondly, and this is just more on your business aspect, this is a time series of your sales, right? We have 2 defining points, which is February 2022, where your sign was removed by the Imperial Irrigation District, and you have 2021, a year where you have the opening of the Calexico Brewery, 2022, the year after the opening. I believe Mr. Robert Sim mentioned an average yearly 20% decrease between the years? Overall increase within the years. And let me just offer my very unsolicited but educated advice on what I'm interpreting in these numbers. When you have a year that is an opening year, and not just an opening year, but an opening year for everybody, right? Like post-COVID, you're opening and the world is opening, right? You have a lot of variance. You had, a slight pickup in your first months of opening, and then you had wild up and down. That happens in a business, right? You open a business and people are like, I want to go to that new business, right? And so your sales are up and down and up and down. They're not expected to be consistent in that first year. Your second year, they're a little bit more consistent. Typically, statisticians, when they see something like this, they'll take away the outlier years. And your very good years in 2021 that creates the decrease are outliers because of the opening effect, right? So in my unsolicited advice, I think the problem is much larger than this sign. And it's a problem that, on a personal note, aside from the ordinances that I agree, I mean, I don't see why we shouldn't allow signs on unpaved roads. I think additionally, you do need help with making sure that, and I mean direct help, and I'm offering myself direct help on getting your, I believe you have a commercial kitchen permit that's also stalled at the health department level in the county. I've helped many businesses, micro businesses with that Tropicana as well, make sure that they get through those obstacles at the county, because I think your business would be just right off the bat so much more successful if it had food. Yo no voy a tomar si no hay comida. Like, and I'm sure a lot of people feel that way too, especially. See? You got the permission from the county? Oh, sorry. God bless. That's a blessing. I do think location matters, right? Like, I know it's rustic, it's industrial, but you see some of these craft
Mr. Mayor,
breweries.
can we just approve? 9:30, it's past 9:30.
Can we
Before we move on forward, yeah.
Thank you so much. Motion to extend?
I'll second that.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, I need a decision for this item.
See, let me finish with this. Long story short, I don't think it's this particular signs, but like I said, I'm not opposed to changing the ordinance. I just really feel like if that's how we have to move, instead of doing variances like we've been doing and creating this mess, let's de frente just allow it, right, and specify and all those things. And so with that, I guess I'll just end my, and of course I offer myself to help with analyzing these numbers. And I really want your business to be successful at the end of the day, right? Any other comments?
I'm done, thank you.
Just real quick. I think this merits a really good look at, the ordinance to establish a process, right? We know that, now you spoke about, supporting our businesses, and this is a perfect example of the type of support that we need to be working on, and should be prioritized also. It shouldn't be put, on the back of the line. It has to be first in line. Okay, so I do support exploring changing the ordinance because we need to make sure that we protect ourselves as well as the businesses, right? We need to make sure that we talk to whoever has a right of way also and clear everything, because we're gonna do it once and we're gonna do it right so that we wouldn't have to go back. So there are many things that we need to go back and revisit. Unfortunately, this is one of those things. There are ordinances that are in the books that are well past their time. So again, our apologies. We'll work on it. I will support looking at this ordinance and see how we can help you out. But I do thank you for the time that you took and your family and the community to come out and support this business. Thank you.
No, in my opinion, is only change
The ordinance?
yeah. For me, is this item is table. I need review for more legally for this.
Ms. Julio?
Ms. Colio, yeah,
Let me try to
Yeah.
give you a good option that I think will satisfy you. Ms. Julio?
Yes, sir.
Would you recommend, seeing that this is a very pressing matter,
Yes.
can we give them a very temporary 3-month approval of this while we establish an ordinance?
You made the rules, now
I-
me.
I know.
Yes.
I-
I'm not in disagreement, I'm just letting you know that I don't have that authority. You have the authority.
Now, what I will say to Mr. Yepes is, if we approve this, even on a temporary basis for 2, 3, whatever reasonable time to make the months, kind of like what we did with I was going to say nuclear weapons, the military weapons. We don't have nuclear weapons. Como se dice, we can approve this, but once we make the new ordinance, if there's any changes, if we say it's 2 feet this way, if we're doing rent, you will have to conform to the new stuff. But we can definitely make a motion to allow it for 2-3 months with direction to create an ordinance. And I think that will satisfy everybody.
why don't we do this? Why don't we just, because there's a lot of discussions, it's already 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
I think it's doable, but the only for me is the liability. Am I gonna sign something where somebody's gonna come and sue me and then take everything that I work for just because I didn't make the proper decision?
Okay.
It's not personal for anybody, because we set a precedent, we do it for everybody. So I think if we table it and come back with something, will be better for everybody, I think, as a whole.
Just to clear the liability on the temporary,
Well, that's what the legal department, he just alluded to, that's the liability on it. I think if we table it's better. I think they can wait for next, I don't know if you guys want to wait for another week or 2 weeks for next city council? Because I'm looking more of the legal ramifications on it. I think anybody would.
So
That's what the attorney said.
what are the possible real, legal ramifications here?
It's in the public right of way, obviously, generally maintain that free to the extent you have some sort of improvement there and somebody crashes into it, shouldn't have been
Yeah,
there.
it's a lot of
Or it was
things.
built in a manner that, we can get into, there can be liability there. That's the
So if
reason.
somebody does happen to crash into the ordinance in the city right now,
We'd want to consider, right, line of vision, impede traffic. If somebody were to hit it, that somehow is not something where it's going to, there's probably ways to design something where it's not going to, create so much damage. Far back enough, so just kind of those considerations, so that way it doesn't create a hazard in case somebody were to drive off the road.
Well,
And,
then also, you also have, if you have an accident there and the fire department can't get over the bridge, or get over the berm, then what are they gonna do now? They're gonna go circumvent, see, now the big sign's right in the middle of everything. What happens if the fire department can't get through there? That's also not a liability. But I think if Mr. Yepes is willing to, compromise and maybe bring it back in a couple of weeks when we can do all the research and have all, potentially even suggesting changing the code, I mean, if you guys would do that, I'm willing to do that. But right now, I'm not going to vote on something that is potential liability for me.
I think within 2 weeks, if we really,
Right.
if we move quickly, maybe in 2 weeks it would be on the agenda, not as a temporary variance, but just as a code that is amended, right? If we move quickly, I know that's a tight time frame. Do you think it's reasonable to have a first reading?
We may have to go to the planning commission on this item if it's your zoning ordinance, so.
Which item?
Yeah, so one, if you, just process-wise, we have to go to planning commission, which we may too, generally that's a public hearing, so that alone is, you have to have it ready to go, and then you have to notice it just time-wise.
So you're saying to give a temporary variance, it still has to go to
Oh,
planning commission?
if it's a variances.
Or what is requested here?
Well, it was set up previously as an encroachment permit along with a temporary sign permit.
Yes.
We also got to consider the ID also, because they're going to be right next to us. So we just can't.
We have to check
Vari-
those easements.
variances are generally variances generally get misused. Let's leave legally. Variances generally when you have a site that you want to develop something or approve something, and the dimensions of that site don't allow you to take advantage of what everybody else is able to, just because of the configuration of your specific sites. Variances a lot of times are used as an exception to your code, which is technically not the correct method, but that's kind of what people do.
I think I didn't ask my question correctly. Let me ask my question a little bit more specifically, just so we can be very clear about what's the best way to get the result that we want more quickly, and so it's a lasting fix. To go the route of the ordinance is very clear. We have a first hearing whenever we have the first draft. My question on that is, what is realistic for us to get a first draft?
The ordinance will probably have to amend our zoning code.
Okay.
And when you amend your zoning code, you have to first, by law, you have to go through your planning commission. So have to go, and generally it's also a public hearing. So when you have to amend your zoning code, you're looking 2 months at least, because public hearing, 10-day notice. So before city council, 2 readings, and then it takes effect. So you're looking 2.5 at least. Even if it was ready right now, we would still be looking at
3 months.
2.5
And then
today. So
the other route with the stopgap, which is this temporary approval, Mr. Moreno has some questions about liability that he would like to clear up before he initiates that, ¿cómo se dice, that temporary encroachment permit that is being proposed here. Do you think if we table it by this meeting, we can have those questions answered and then move forward with this temporary encroachment?
I think the issues would be the same. I mean, I think I think you don't have improvements within public right of way because of potential public safety issues.
The liabilities.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to.
Well, to be quite honest,
unless we have specific facts, I mean, generally that's the reason you don't have improvements within your public right of way. Maybe smaller signs every once in a while, but even those are very limited, and that's the reason why. So, and even to do any work in the public right of way, you need an encroachment permit, and that's why. And even when you do that, you obviously require insurance, because there might, who knows, within the public right of way, sometimes you have also, I mean, now we're maybe getting too detailed, but that's the reason that you have those requirements.
How much insurance is currently on this encroachment permit?
I saw, it looks like they had 2 million, was submitted when that was.
That has been for most of the events and everything is $2 million.
Do you think that's sufficient for those 3 months? Not to the attorney, but city manager.
Well, if we want to apply the same rule for everybody, that's what we have applied, $2 million. Yes.
So $2 million of damage are covered. Okay. I think that, quite honestly, I think that's pretty good to move forward with the temporary encroachment permit and then just change the ordinance.
I think that's the best route, because I mean, I really thank you guys for bringing this up to the council, because it kind of shed light into other possible minor sources of income for the city, right? I mean, this whole council where we don't have enough money. There's land that we can use. Esta tierra ha estado without anything for like a couple decades now, so if we can make some money out of this, and if we can advertise other businesses as well, as long as they do it the legal way and like pay their dues, then I think that the correct route is to, like Madam Ureña said to allow a temporary permit and then changing the ordinance for other business to have the same opportunity as well.
Okay.
Going back to the insurance, it's $1 million for damaged property? $2 million?
$2 million.
How about life? God, no, life doesn't have a value. Why we, property, yes, but life, lawsuits?
Understand.
All right. Property is one thing, but life has no value.
Does the insurance cover
Does not.
life, emergency
I don't
services,
think so.
just
It's
property?
just.
And how about being negligent? You're negligent for something you should, that's negligent too. It's a lawsuit too. I mean, it's just another can of worms. But I mean, we can address all those and fact finding and address all those issues that I personally would like to address, and that's what we have legal counsel for that.
And quite honestly, bringing up those points, Councilmember Moreno, bringing up those points, the new ordinance
Yeah.
should definitely have those insurance
yeah.
requirements because they are reasonable if there is a delay in fire service because of any sign, because this won't be the first one, right? Once we
Yeah.
open the doors, we're gonna have to approve all kinds of signs and on unpaved roads and whatever. We have to be very explicit, but we can definitely, I don't think anything's gonna happen in 3 months.
Sure.
See?
Yeah, sure, we can look into it. Yeah.
But the points are very valid for the discussion on the ordinance.
Right.
Once we bring it up.
Yeah.
I think it's a good time to entertain motions on this.
I'll make a motion to allow honor, más bien, the temporary use permit for a maximum amount of 3 months.
3 months?
And while the direction for city managers to, previously stated, to modify this, ¿cómo se llaman?
I
Yeah,
just
this
have a-
ordinance. Thank you.
Yes, I just have one question. When you say honoring, you mean they don't have to submit another application? They just want to place the sign?
Pues as of right now, they have submitted all the documentation and they paid for it.
That was
Now,
3 years
when
ago.
the new
That's-
ordinance comes in, then whatever, if anything changes, if it's rent now, whatever, then that obviously gonna fall under that.
Okay.
Just update all the information on the insurance coverage. If that expire, your certificate of liabilities, just make sure that you provide the current certificate with an expired date. And we'll bring it back, soon.
Is just legal question. When Mr. Manzanares makes his motion, does that include those updates? that
Yes,
mentioned?
the direction was part of that is to
Okay,
come back and,
okay.
revise the ordinance to look at, and I took notes on, and allowing, commercial signage on, like, looking at the unimproved portions, and we'd have to look to see
No,
right away.
I mean for this temporary encroachment.
Approve the item as opposed to, how the recommendation, which from staff is to deny the item, you then, if the idea is to allow that, then it would be to approve the item.
For up to 3 months.
With the direction to bring back an ordinance revising the code to allow signage
On unpaved roads
unimproved.
while they are
with
remain unpaved.
with appropriate conditions.
Yes, with appropriate conditions. All right, well, I guess that's pretty reasonable.
And that was my question, because you're making all those additional requirements. That's what I'm asked the question. Do you want a new application or do you want to honor the previous application? Because the previous application, I didn't see any insurance.
Oh.
That's what I'm asking the questions.
The
If you
current
want to
application?
if you want to honor an application that was submitted back in 2020 or 2021, I didn't see an application, insurance.
It looks like-
He has the insurance. I didn't have that insurance.
So
It
the
was
insurance is there?
$1 million.
It's
$1 million.
$1 million.
It was a $1 million.
For
So if you
accident, up to
submit a new
2.
application,
the aggregate is 2 million. I mean, I just pulled it up. It looks like they submitted
so what we
that
can
point
do
in time,
is
right?
honor the original application,
Mhm.
so they don't have to do a new application, but update the insurance.
Insurance, correct.
Yeah.
Is that what you want us to do?
Would you be amenable to amending your
Yes.
motion to require them to update their insurance?
See, I mean, if it makes it, because just to address, Councilmember Moreno's, arguments, concerns, that would be recommended, I think. Just to
And
be,
the other question that I have to you, along with that motion, is the original signage has a specific size
Yeah.
that is on the application.
Okay.
Are you honoring the same application with the same size, or are you
If-
approving a new sign with different dimensions?
Yeah,
That's the question.
those details are important.
Yes.
Right. This is just as it was originally approved.
Okay.
8 feet long, 7 feet high on each side. Now, when the ordinance is changed, this might change.
Yes.
So, of course,
We can enhance
in you
it.
guys' case, you will have to modify it to whatever the new dimensions are. But as of right now, it's as is.
As is, okay.
Okay.
As is with updated insurance, correct?
And
Okay.
updating insurance.
Is there a second on this motion? Yes? Can you,
That's what I'm saying, Mr. Yepes. Wait and then come back and regroup. Because if you invest and then we find out we can't do it, you're gonna lose. That's what I'm saying. Just there's all kinds of issues that we've been talking. We came till midnight and it's still not gonna happen.
has the sign been made yet? The new sign?
No, it
oh,
just-
thank God, because
Okay.
the last thing I want is for us to say, yes, put a sign, and then 2-3 months, it's like, no, that sign's too big, that sign's too little, or it can't be blue, it can't be red.
Okay. Right.
See,
Okay. No, that's fair. Fair for you that, te decimos una cosa y después o siempre no más chico, right?
Will you be willing to collaborate with us to craft this ordinance? Yes, I think, that kind of input is what's most invaluable to changing these kinds of things. Okay. All right.
So I'll make a motion to table this? Unless
We have to allow Mr. Manzanares to proceed
Well,
or retract.
things have a little bit changed, so I'm just gonna rescind my motion.
Okay.
Rescind the motion? Okay, is there any new
I'll
motion?
make a motion to the table.
To table with direction to create new ordinance?
Table till further investigation, do
Okay.
finding, talk to everybody. You're gonna go talk to them.
Well, the approval process could take a little bit of time, but we'll have a draft ordinance way before
Yes.
then, so they'll be able to see what is being developing, so they'll have an idea of what we're doing, so.
That's great.
But we also gotta be cognizant, if you cannot do it, please, don't bring it back again, because they just accept it. We just can't do it. Liability special, okay? And precedents and everything else.
Yeah, I'm talking about the ordinance itself.
Right, I'm open-minded, I know, but I wanna make sure we do the right thing, what's good for Calexico as a whole.
Just to confirm the motion is to table the item and to bring back a draft
Just drafted ordinance,
ordinance.
revised.
Yes.
Is that the ordinance? Oh, that's the motion?
Or a recommendation to potentially amend the
Well, what's gonna
ordinance.
happen is you're gonna go through like your thing, and it's gonna happen, oh, we recommend it not, because this, oh, we recommend it yes, and it's because of this. So I think that's the best option,
Okay.
recommendation.
So
Okay.
there's a motion on the floor to table.
Is that, or to start working on it,
And-
as opposed to, I'm hearing two different things, that's the reason I need clarity on.
I think, well, first of all, the motion is to table and to give direction to start a draft of this new ordinance, right? I will happily second that motion, and I really like the motion to table, because in the event that it becomes necessary to come back and say, you know what, this is hard, here's the encroachment permit. If we deny it, we don't have that option, but if we table it, we can easily come back in 2 weeks and say, you know what, workload, you know what, XYZ, we'll do this, and just to get the timelines right. So I'll second that motion. All those in favor, we'll take a roll call vote on this particular item. Go ahead.
Mayor Ureña,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Romo,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Manzanares,
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno.
Sí.
Todavía no es 5 de mayo. Thank you, Calexico Brewery. Moving on to item number 15, discussion and action regarding a request from Chelsea Investment Corporation for an impact fee deferral in the amount of $455,460, which I believe has changed to $305.
I'm not aware of any change.
Okay, we'll discuss in.
Yes.
Okay.
So you asked this item to be tabled The original request was for 55 years loan deferral of 50% of the impact fees. Later on, they submitted a letter for 18 years deferral impact fees, $457,000. And so we're here today to continue the conversation and to see if you have, Ms. Romo mentioned that she will have a conversation with the school district, maybe to work with us also, and being able to, maybe they take half and we take half. I don't know what those conversations are as to today? It's tomorrow, okay.
Okay, we do have one public, comment, but because there's some new information, como se dice, presented, would you be okay with the presentation first so you can, comment on whatever the new proposal is? Okay.
Good evening, Council.
Go
Thanks
ahead.
for letting us be here. Didn't realize Calexico had a brewery, so next time we'll stop by. But yeah, so we have a brief presentation for you about our Remington project. As Mayor Urania had mentioned, we did update her request. We heard you in our last meeting, tried to sharpen our numbers and reduce it based on what you had said previously. So we're with Chelsea requesting financial assistance in the form of an impact fee deferral loan for our affordable housing development known as Remington Villas, 100% affordable 60-unit housing project. If we can move on to the next slide. I think Alex, so for our project team, Heidi Mathers, our Director of Development, Dave Davis, Entitlements, myself, and Lisa is our Asset Manager. I'll kind of move through this stuff briefly. We can move on to the next slide. We have a brief company overview if you want to.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Hello, Council. Alex Merson, helping out Scott with this project. So a little bit about Chelsea. Chelsea is an experienced affordable housing developer that's developed approximately 12,000 apartments across 130 communities in California, Arizona, and New Mexico. We have a strong presence in Imperial County, having developed 24 communities over the past 25 years. And we're a long-term owner and operator of the projects. This ensures continuous management, maintenance, and compliance with state and local regulations. We can move on to the next slide, please. So Remington Villas was awarded Joe Cerna Farm Worker Housing Grant. We have a significant amount of experience developing farm worker housing with over 500 units in Imperial Valley. A few recent examples include Las Praderas and Calexico.
I'm sorry, what, I didn't catch your name?
Alex Mercer.
Alex and Scott. With due respect to time, can we skip to the financials?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, if you go, I think, skip the next slide, residential services, we can, so just, I'll do a brief project overview. This is the first of 3 phases, 60 units. It would be 3 phases, each 60 units, so for a total of 120 affordable housing units right off of Sheridan. So you can go, keep moving to the next slide here. It's our site plan. We are building a public park with the first phase, so that'll be a retention basin and public park, which also includes a play area. We're also building out the street improvements. We're connecting Sheridan, and then we're putting in McKinley, which is a roundabout in there, and then we're doing improvements to Highway 98. So if we move on to the next slide, this is just another outline of that, the 3 phases. We can move forward. On to the next, yeah. So we'll do our, again, the public park, we can move forward. And then our project benefits, again, just farm worker housing, farm workers and families for area median income.
There's a question on that park. Is that in a retention basin or is that an actual park?
It's both. Well, it's if you go up to the previous slide, you can see that it's there's a play area, but there's also so the square in the middle, that's the retention basin. There's a little park play area in the top left corner, you can see there, and then there's walking paths surrounding the retention basin.
That's I'll just say right off the bat because I think I can hear what Mr. Moreno is saying. As you saw in the first presentation, we're really trying to get away from retention basins as parks. But please proceed.
Okay. So, I mean, this project's already been approved, and we
yes,
have.
I
Yeah.
understand. I understand.
So, project benefits, housing for the the low income, 30 to 50% of area median income, clean, safe, affordable housing for farm workers and their families, and just providing much needed affordable housing in the city of Calexico. If we move forward to the next slide. So this is kind of the request here. We had originally requested the 455, 460 for our fee, impact fee deferral loan. We went through underwriting. We're doing everything that we can to make this project feasible, and we were able to reduce the request by 150,000. So now around 300,000 total. I know Ms. Colio-Moran, you had mentioned potentially reaching out to the superintendent and school district, maybe splitting, but this is the number that were able to come up with. We're already totally sourced as far as financing goes. We've reached out to every financing source possible. We have Joe Cerna, which is Farm Worker Housing Grant. We have Home, which is through the state, it's HCD. We have Infill Infrastructure Grant, which is helping build the park and the roads.
I'm sorry, I have a question for you.
Yes.
So you mentioned this project is affordable house, affordable apartments, but you mentioned Joe Cerna. That means that part of those apartments are going to be restricted to farm workers?
Yes.
How many of those?
Off the top, I don't know off the top of my head. I think we have around 24 restricted for farm workers and farm worker families.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I have to look back at the performance.
Is it, I know it's just an estimate, but like, are we talking 24 out of the 60 or out of the 120?
Out of the 60, so this is just for the
Oh.
first phase.
Okay.
We don't have financing available for the next two phases. We need to get the first phase basically closed for financing before we can start on phases 2 and 3.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's also the reason why we're coming to you today before City Council is the first phase, there's, as you can see, a lot of infrastructure going in, and once that is built, it's already in place for the next two phases. So the next two phases will require much less funding sources, but this one we're just trying to yeah.
So just to be clear, because this was my concern.
Yeah.
My concern was the road, and I'm gonna say the road that really needs improvement, which is Highway 98. That happens independently if it's 3 phases, it happens in the first phase?
The first phase. All the off-site infrastructure improvements are occurring in the first phase.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then the following phases will benefit from all the improvements that are constructed.
It's
in
just
the
more
first
housing,
phase.
right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Basically, it's just building the housing projects in the next two phases. And so, like I said, I mentioned our request. We were able to reduce it to 300,000. You know, we heard you in the last meeting, and we're really trying to get this project to work on our end. The reason that we're asking for the city fee deferral loan request is for our lenders regarding our developer fee and deferred developer fee. We are deferring a good portion of our developer fee, but lenders will not allow us to defer more than 50% of our developer fees. So this is helping us with getting lenders on board to give us a construction and permanent loan for the project.
Okay.
So that's kind of the financing. We do have slides to cover, you know, we have the proformas. I know Ms. Colio-Warren, you had requested the proforma before, and we also have an outline of the impact fees that we calculated for the project. So if we move to the next slide, past the questions one. So this is the fees that we had calculated for the project and how we were able to come up with the $300,000 amount. We would, again, this is kind of estimates, and we'd be willing to work with you on this, but we are looking at paying we are paying the building for permit fees, we're paying the building plan check and inspection fees. We are looking currently at paying our sewer, water, and fair share of the 98 improvements, and we're requesting of potentially deferring the fees below that, but we are flexible. But this is kind of the number that we are looking to achieve as far as the request.
Okay.
And I do have the pro forma on the next page if you just wanted to see really quickly. You can see in the box in the far left the developer fee amount, and Ms. Colio-Warren had asked previously about this, what is 2.2 million. That's the max that we're allowed to have per HCD, which is the Housing Community Development for our sources of Joe Cerna, Home, and IIG. And then you'll see our deferred developer fee, let me see here, is 900,000. And so that is just below the 50% amount that we are allowed to defer. And this gives us a tiny bit of wiggle room due to increasing interest rates before closing. We're kind of concerned that things might increase, so it gives us a little bit of flexibility, but not much. And without the slide, the final slide, if you go to the next slide, you'll see that shows without the deferred impact fee, without the city fee deferral, and our deferred impact fee is 1.26, so we're bumping over the 50% threshold.
I have been requested to clarify a question regarding the $305,000.
Yes.
So right now, your request is now for $305,000 and change to be paid in 18 years from today.
Yes, over time.
Yes. So it's a one balloon payment in 18 years, or are you going to be making payments during the years?
Payments during the years, and if you see in the, I think I provided in the performa, I don't know if it's in the slides, but I know I provided in the email that I sent out prior to
Yes.
the meeting that it shows the payments over time. And
So can you give me, for example, on the first year, how much out of the $305,000, how much is the city going to be receiving on the first year?
I have to look at the numbers. I don't know specifically, but I know that we calculated it over time. And
Until you completely pay for the
Right, and
$305,000 at the end of the 18
yes, and I
years?
think you had requested that it was a 3% increase over time. You know, we put the terms in based on our discussion, so we have, and I believe I sent this letter out earlier, but the simple interest at 3%, 18-year term with an option to extend. So that would be how it would be structured and paid back.
Scott, one quick question I think that will clarify.
Yes.
Or I think you were answering it, but just to be a little bit more clear. If, say it's 18 years, these are even payments? Equal payments every year, or is there some kind of variability between how much you pay back? Or
There's a little, I mean, with the 3% interest, it's variability. So it ends up being paid, a higher amount ends up getting paid at the very end because of the interest.
It's fixed plus interest?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, fixed plus interest repayment. Okay.
And I can look back at the numbers and send those out to you, but from what
That makes sense. Any further information on this presentation?
Yes. Oh, no, this is the final slide. These are just supplemental slides to help with the number portion.
But I also want to clarify something. It says an excess of cash flow. If an event, they don't have any cash flow,
They don't
and
pay back.
this is what happens in most of the projects. These projects are meant, most of the grants that these projects receive, they never get paid. Impact fees is a little bit different, right? Because you defer those impact fees. But in this letter, it says that the money is going to be available upon cash flow available. So if in a year, for whatever reason, they don't get the cash flow moving on and they don't have any money in that year, they will not make a payment. I just want you to be clear about what the letter is, the language, yes.
Okay,
Thank
that's
you.
very clarifying. Okay, that makes sense. All right, Ms. Alvarado, you ready for your public comment?
Just real quick, we should mix it up here. What's the, you said you made an adjustment, refined version of it, right? But we proposed last time. I think 105,000, 150,000 less?
150.
Where did that go?
We were able to work through VE options with hard costs and soft costs.
Okay.
But, you know, we're really trying to, it's a tight deal. And this was it was kind of a last minute award from TCAC. So we have low income housing tax credits. We received it at the end of December. So we were originally the project was not considered, and then it was considered later on.
Okay.
And so because of that, we were able to move forward, and we we have the opportunity to build this now, and so we're trying to get creative with ways that we can keep it funded. And then our home award just came in. We just received the home award about, I think, a week ago. So we were planning on that coming in, but also it was pretty tight with it still. Yeah.
All right, thank you for clarifying that. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Belinda Alvarado, Mayor, Council, City Manager, Community. Okay, first of all, I want to say that all the contractors in Calexico pay our impact fees. Todos los contratistas en Calexico pagamos las cuotas, las impact fees. Nunca en los 35 años que yo he sido encargada de mi negocio de contratista, he venido a la ciudad y preguntar o decir, no me cobran. Yo soy parte del Measure B, Measure Q en la escuela del distrito y es lo que estamos peleando. Yo peleé para que no incrementaran las cuotas que tenemos, pero porque hicimos el bonding tuvimos que incrementar porque hay unos financial schemes del distrito tuvo que hacer. Ahora, lo que dijo la mezcola es cierto. En la nota dice excess cash flow generated. Yo cuando vi todos los proyectos de Chelsea, no hay nadie encargado de que los auditores para que vean si hay cash flow, porque no hay, porque el dueño de Chelsea es muy rico, tiene mucho dinero, ellos no necesitan. Sí me gusta el proyecto porque tenemos muchos, pero acuérdense que nosotros no somos banco, acabamos de, ya son las 10 de la noche, tengo sueño, ¿por qué? Porque el dinero falta. La señora Colio tuvo que deshacerse de un departamento que sí es importante y yo sé, yo la conocí de años atrás que ella es muy buena para el desarrollo económico, ya estaba en el condado, ella sabe, esa es otra cosa más que ella va a tener que hacer y que ella ayuda a los negocios, que es lo que necesitamos. Y sí es cierto, cuando uno de negocio viene a la ciudad, ¿qué hace? Nos vemos con el City Manager, Public Works, Planning and Building, es lo normal. Ahora, lo otra cosa que yo quiero, ellos piden una contribución financiera de la ciudad en forma de un préstamo deferido y se devolverá con el exceso de flujo de efectivo generado por el proyecto que yo nunca lo he visto cuando he estado aquí en la ciudad. Esa cláusula es importante porque, como dijo la señora Colio, nunca se genera suficiente efectivo, aunque diga él, en 18 años lo vamos a pagar o no, no. Ahora, ustedes saben, yo comiendo a la señora Romo porque siempre estamos hablando de parques, es cierto, yo tengo un niño de 7 años y una niña de 10 que lo llevo a Cordova Park, tenemos el skate park que no se ha podido, el proyecto de ellos van a estar de aquel lado donde tenemos el skate park, que es cierto, como había dicho la señora Romo, necesita mucho mejoría ese parque, ¿okay? Me tengo que poner los lentes porque no veo. Okay, entonces yo les imploro que por favor estén que sepan lo que yo estoy hablando, que lo que yo vi, lo que no se ha hecho o lo que falta. Necesitamos entradas, no necesitamos gas. Entonces, si a ellos les dan este loan defer, ¿qué creen? Yo como contratista, yo voy a venir. Yo tengo 2 proyectos más entonces. Si a ellos se los tienen que dar, lo mismo con el señor Yepes. Si le hacen a él el sign o lo que sea, entonces yo también quiero poner un sign ahí, as for Belinda.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Ok, yeah. Es lo que pensé cuando estaba sentado. Ok, si se lo dan a él, lo que yo lo voy a poner más arriba y hacerlo así como él lo hace. Yo también soy de Calexico, vivo por allí, yo también quiero lo mismo. Yo nomás quiero hacer con hechos, lo que hagan las decisiones con hechos, que se fijen. Yo como contratista, yo como batallo, yo en todos mis proyectos batallo, sin embargo, y los saco adelante. Y es lo que les quiero dar de entender a ustedes. Gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Alvarado. Right off the bat, and I mean, those are very enlightening comments, especially on the terms of contingent on cash flow, which I'm sure it's standard.
Yeah, Mayor Urino, I would like to respectfully request a translation or at least
yes,
a summary. Yes.
Do you want me to? Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
I usually gear for the people and speak. Okay, so in your contract it says that clause that says you will pay back the loan deferred will be paid out of excess cash flow generated from your projects. When I was working here at the City of Calexico and I went through all of your projects, you were giving, I don't know, credits, or you had the loans you never paid back. There was never excess cash flow that you guys generated in order to give the City of Calexico a payment. And that's what I'm alluding to, okay? Based on what I saw, I even asked the attorney when I was working on economic development. I was an economic development specialist one, and he said that the city needed to be, moving forward, needed to be more congruent and looking at your contracts and moving forward, not doing any more of allowing you or giving you type of credits, because your history tells you that you haven't paid nothing towards your regulatory agreements. It makes me think that you're not gonna do it, because you guys come to the City of Calexico, you do have a big company, Shills is a big corporation, and asking the City of Calexico to defer much needed revenue, especially in the planning and building in the form of fees. So think about this. You're asking them to do a deferral, yet, you know, Mr. Cortez is gonna go out there and still do the inspections. Staff still has to go through your permitting process, everything. So they're actually gonna lose, because the resources are, you're gonna utilize our resources and you're not gonna pay us or pay the city. That's more or less what I said.
Okay, appreciate your comment.
I just want to point out something.
Mande.
No tengo la voz muy alta. Cuando tú trabajabas aquí, ¿ya veías estos proyectos de Chelsea? ¿Dices?
Sí, todos los préstamos que se hicieron en la ciudad que la ciudad otorgó, yo los vi, yo los revisé y anoté
¿Ya se habían otorgado de este tipo de préstamos?
Sí.
¿De los fees?
Ellos siempre piden dinero.
¿No han sido pagados?
No.
No, es que estamos hablando de dos cosas diferentes.
Tengo días pidiendo información sobre esto y nadie me la ha dado.
Espérame. We were talking about two different things. Estamos hablando de dos cosas diferentes. Normally, when the city gets a grant, $5 million, it goes as a loan to the developer.
Okay.
Cuando normalmente agarramos un grant, es un grant para la ciudad, pero es un préstamo para el developer, a 1 to 3%. Those are the kind of loans that she's talking about.
Ah, okay.
This is impact fees deferral loan. Ese es un préstamo que ellos están pidiendo. En vez de ellos, cuando ellos empiezan un proyecto, piden un permiso. They ask for a permit to begin a construction. They have to pay the impact fees. What they're asking is a deferral of the impact fees, a loan deferral for an impact fees. Es diferente de este proyecto. Sin embargo, de la manera en que yo leo esta carta, no hay pagos anuales. Yo no los veo, porque aquí dice el término del préstamo es basado en cash flow y con un término de 18 años. Entonces, eso es lo que yo quiero que ustedes tengan seguro antes de votar.
Pregunta la señora Romo para ser más específica con
Así
su
es.
pregunta. Es del tipo de préstamo que ahorita, the type of loan that we're talking about today, which is an impact fee loan. What is Chelsea's record on impact fee loans of this nature?
I don't know of any impact fee loans that they have with the city. I have not seen anyone, but I will have to go back to many years to see, because the city hasn't have affordable apartments with Chelsea investment in the latest year. Maybe Quintero? Quintero was the last one that you had?
Maybe it's, yeah,
No.
I know that we're doing projects in El Centro, Heber,
Yes,
Coachella.
I'm
We do
familiar
have-
with the projects that they have done in the county and incorporated area, and I know the county board of supervisors approved the deferral of impact fees, a portion of it. I remember having in Heber a deferral of impact fees,
Yeah,
a portion of it, yes, I remember that. But in this city, I haven't checked for any deferral of impact fees. Now, keep in mind the following. Every single project is negotiated differently at a different time. Every project is different because there are different funding sources available, and they make those deferrals upon the funding that is available and what is that they need to make it happen for the additional funding. So it's totally different. This is you will have to analyze this project individually, but be careful when you read the information because I don't see it. Maybe, I don't know if you see it. If it was sent today, I didn't get to see it. I'm reviewing the letter right now, and the letter is very clear. It's an 18-year term loan with payments upon availability of cash flow. El término son de 18 años y con pagos únicamente si hay liquidez en el proyecto. ¿Qué significa eso? No, ¿qué significa esto? Pasa lo siguiente. Cuando ustedes tienen apartamentos, when you have apartments and you're renting those apartments, you have to maintain those apartments. Even when they're brand new, at the next 2-3 years, you have to paint it, you have to fix broken windows, whatever happens, right? So those are expenses that you deduct from your funding that you have available. That is what is available for you to start making payments. Remember, they have to pay all those loans that they have because we, as a city, becomes almost in the last position. Yes. That makes the project feasible for them to secure additional funding and additional loans that they have to secure for this project. This is not an easy project or a cheap project. It's a very expensive project, and like any other housing projects. So I just need you to consider the following. In the big picture, the city has not had affordable housing in a long time.
Yeah.
That's number one. Number two, the project has a specific amount of apartments for farm workers, which is a plus, specifically in Calexico. Number three, you have to understand that if you today you approve those impact fee loans, deferral of the loans, you're not going to see that money perhaps in 18 years.
Yeah.
I just want you to be informed before you make a decision. Okay?
Can I interject something? Okay. Really fast? Really fast?
Really fast, but
Okay,
we have
all
to
I'm
get to the
gonna
discussion.
say is if you do vote on it, that you are mindful that if Ms. Colio's not here, you guys are not gonna be here, who's gonna take care of making sure that the loan gets paid off?
Yeah. Okay.
So, Ms. Colio, discussion? When you refer to cash flow, how is that, how does that happen? How do we get cash? How does the project get cash?
Normally in every fiscal year, they come to the city and they present statements and invoices of payments that they have made, loans and everything, any expenses that they had to incur in the building, and then they will show if they have a cash flow. They have to provide us with financials. That's part of the monitoring that every year has to be done for the
Okay,
project.
and then to be all fairness to the gentleman here today, they've been sitting here all day.
Yes.
And it's a good project. I think it certainly does a lot for our housing element, which we have probably zero. Anyways, it helps out with the farm workers, all that. I get all that, right? And I think the city has, in the past, before I was here, has gotten to these businesses, and we own all this property, we can't even maintain it. And that's only goes for this project, but for the Hebrew Park, that we're gonna build this thing, and if there's nothing there, then we're gonna end up maintaining a project that's not even there. So we own it. I get that, and that's a responsibility I'm willing to take. But in the long run, is it something benefit for Calexico? I think so. It is. The only caveat for me is that we don't get money at 18 years from now.
I'm going to put it this way.
Isn't that something we can get up front? Can we get it up front and not wait, or why is it we have to wait till 8 years, 18 years?
Because for them to be able to put together this program, this project, they are requesting funding to different funding agencies and so also to different companies that finance projects like this. It's a matter of percentages that they have to manage, and having a city loan makes them a more reliable project, a more trusted project. Those are the kind of sacrifices that some of the cities have to make in order to bring affordable housing. It's not the best picture, especially in the city of Calexico, because we're in a financial situation, difficult financial situation.
Right.
But that's a call that you're going to have to make.
Right.
So, and this in a scale, you have to balance what is your priority right now, since we haven't have affordable housing,
Right.
versus having the financial difficulties that you have on the other side. So,
Okay, so I appreciate that. Now, just for my last statement, and I don't want to put you on the spot, because I know you always tell it's up to you guys, but what is your recommendation as the administrator for the city of Calexico? And either way, I don't hold you accountable, because 18 years from now, God knows where we're going to be, right? But I mean, what is your recommendation based on the totality of everything? I love the project. It brings housing, farm workers. I love it. Fine. It's a risk I've got to take, right?
my question will be the following. I know that you mentioned that most of the impact fees are in the first phase, not the second and not the third.
The impact
Most.
fees will be paid at each phase. So
At each phase,
Yeah,
but-
at each phase they'll be paid.
Okay.
So in the first phase, the only reason that we're so tight is because of all the offsite infrastructure that's going into that first phase
Okay.
of the development.
And we'll recoup some of that, right, along the way, because it's
Well,
three phases.
Portion of the impact fees is being paid.
Okay.
I have a question. I know engineering plans have been made and designed. Is in how you determine what offsite improvements that you make?
Yes.
Are they a requirement for your grants? Do you need to have that?
Yeah,
paid
so
for?
our infill infrastructure grant, that was a requirement, and then, I mean, we applied for that program, I think 3 years ago. So when we originally applied for it, it was around 3.2 million that we received, but hard costs have gone up significantly in the last 3
And
years.
you applied to it with this park design that you showed?
Yes,
There's no
yeah.
way
Yes.
to modify that, there's no way to eliminate that, it's a key part of your...
Yeah, yeah.
That is what makes those
Okay.
projects competitive.
Right.
The more amenities that you add to the project, is the more competitive that the project becomes.
And
And-
that's how we secure our
Yes.
tax credit funding, which is the largest source of funding for the project. I think on this one you can see it's around.
There's another, yeah, I think there was another one that was, sorry, I had it on this
Can
side.
you do both a retention basin and a park? Is that doable?
Does that qualify?
I mean,
It-
can you do both a retention basin? plus a park?
Technically, it's not a park.
Huh?
It's not a park.
No, I know, but there's a retention basin, clearly, I know that.
It's beautified at the beginning, and this is the experience that I have with retention basins. Retention basins were made to save the water when it's
Right.
raining. Now, imagine throughout the years, the water that goes into that retention basin sits over there for a while, dries out, then another year comes, dries out. Who says what is the quality of the water that goes into the retention basin? Retention basin should not be used for parks. Instead, it should be used as a retention basin. The difference is that some of the developers decide to beautify the retention basin by putting some grass at the beginning, and throughout the years they put trees and things like that. It makes it nicer, but it's not meant to become a park.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
We do have one public comment, Mr. Jose Hinks.
Hi, good evening, Jose Hinojosa, Honorable Mayor, Council. I love the Chelsea development. They come, I've seen the ones that you guys done in El Centro, Heaver. I know Chelsea's a $2.2+ billion nonprofit. During Planning Commission, there was an application to modify the conditions of approval, and there was a public outburst. We had like 30, 40 people show up. So one of the first concerns was that they were never notified. They were never for the hearing. So that was one of the concerns. Another concern was that the community is really worried about the fire station, because the fire station is not, we don't have a fire station. So what's going to happen if on one of those, what's the total amount of apartments that you guys are building?
The apartments, 60 units. So
Altogether.
two and three bedrooms. Well, for the first phase is 60 units.
But altogether,
All together for all three phases, 120.
120?
Oh, 180. I'm sorry, 180. Yep.
I think
180.
in the modifications, you were around 270 units.
What's that? 270.
Yeah, around.
Was
around
what?
that
What
number.
was that? Are you saying that was before, or
That's what she.
I
That's
guess
on your approved plans.
on the approved plans?
Yes, because they were reduced from 312 to 200 some units. So one of the concerns is we don't have a fire station, and that's one of the items that, what's going to happen if there's a fire there, or
Mr.
Yes.
Sorry to interject. We did approve funding for Fire Station 2 last meeting, so Fire Station 2 will be operational,
Yes.
hopefully by the end of this year?
This year, yes, but we're gonna have a temporary solution, because the mobile home, the travel trailers are moving to create a house, temporary house, while they're building the facility, fixing the facility.
And also on Sheridan, I think there's a sinkhole that the community was really concerned about on Sheridan Street.
Okay.
So I don't know if you guys are aware of that.
Mr. Juan, proximity to that project?
Right in front.
Right, oh, really?
Yeah. So
I mean, not that I'm aware of, I haven't been
Well.
aware of it, but it could potentially be within the path of travel that we are.
yes.
Yeah.
So the item never came back to the Planning Commission. We had a public outburst during that meeting. So just to note, are you guys allowed to use parks in San Diego on your other communities as retention basins? Retention basins as parks anywhere else?
I believe so. I mean, I'm not working on San Diego projects. I've been working strictly in Imperial County and Fresno, so on more of our farm worker housing projects. But from what I understand, I think that's something that's a common practice.
Yeah, normally retention basins are not allowed as parks, and we have that issue here that we don't have enough parks. So this project is almost 100% grant finance. So it's USDA, it's Joe Cerna, which is USDA.
We don't have USDA on this one, but we do have, Joe Cerna, IIG, and HOME, which is all the HCD, so Housing and Community Development, it's a state agency. And then we have the LIHTC, so low-income housing tax credits.
Yeah, so just based on your previous comments and setting precedent, I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hinojosa.
You mentioned impact fees, Ms. Collier, impact fees we're going to receive by each phase, right? And I believe there's 3
Yes.
phases. Do we have a number of impact fees we're going to receive the first time?
There were 800 and something impact fees in this project total, but they are requesting only 305,000 to be deferred, not the entire impact fees.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, and then, so that's for the first phase. Again, this is a standalone, separate project. And the next 2 phases, the impact fees will have their own impact fees per phase. Yes.
So I was gonna ask, the slides are off, but that retention basin, because I'm looking at the maps here, like the satellite, is that a retention basin now? Like as we
No,
speak?
it's just vacant, undeveloped land
It's
right
just
now.
flat?
So it's a dirt, basically a dirt lot right now.
Is it like a hole or not a hole anymore?
There's nothing.
There's
Or
yeah.
flat?
It's pretty, it's mostly flat, vacant land.
So it's not a retention basin yet.
Not yet.
That's one way to look at this is it's an investment from Calexico that's going to cost us $300,000 to make this project feasible. Just the other meeting, we spent $150,000 on an administrative error, right? So
I would share the following, Mr. Manzanares, if I may, because I definitely agree with your sentiments at the end of the day. I guess the biggest thing that I'm concerned about is the language on cash flow. Definitely, that is the part that is concerning. I'll be very honest, I'm very tempted by the expansion of Highway 98. That is such a critical infrastructure need that probably whose cost exceeds itself $300,000, right? You were asked to make a recommendation. I don't think we heard your recommendation. Yes.
Before I go there, let me just ask one thing to these guys. Another question, last one.
Yes.
Promise, last one. You're gonna improve 98, right? You're gonna improve 98.
A widening of both sides or just one side of 98?
I believe it's just the side that the project is
The side.
on.
The north
Yes.
side.
Okay.
From ED
You're not familiar with that area? That's a big chunk.
Yeah.
That's a big chunk of improvement
Yeah, so,
on that
so
side.
part of our
That's
IIG, we have to widen Highway 98, including the intersection improvements and replacement of split signal phasing. So
From
that's what-
ED to Cloak, I believe, right? ED to Cloak?
I don't know if it's to Cloak.
It's
but I know
Cloak, all
it's
the way
E.
to Edie, almost. Well, no,
Just-
yeah, almost. Probably about less than a block.
But yeah, it's the project frontage
Yeah.
that's along.
So there's no road widening or yes, road widening?
Yeah, so road
Yes,
widening.
road widening and
Yes,
frontage.
sidewalk,
Okay.
everything,
Okay. All right. Recommendation?
Is there any improvements that are being made to Sheridan Street?
So Sheridan. Well, so Sheridan itself, let's see if we bring up on the map here. Is it possible to go to some of the previous slides just so we can kind of get a visual? Here we go. So Sheridan, right now, again, this is a completely blank and vacant lot. So Sheridan will be extended all the way through. So you can access, you can drive all the way through. There's a roundabout right at the very bottom in the center. So Sheridan connects all the way through now with this new development. That's part of our IIG. Yeah.
So if you look at the map, that north is up, right?
North, yep.
So 98 runs around there, you're gonna improve that, but there's no entryways, there's nothing there, just sidewalk?
There's entryways. I think this is, I mean, I took kind of a snippet of this, but I can provide a better map, but there will be entries into.
They have to have two entrances.
Well, that's what I'm
They just
saying,
can't
yeah,
have just
yeah.
one entrance.
But then we vote on something and then, hey, you proved it, not there. and,
No,
you
no,
know.
no, no, no. All the
Yeah.
projects that will have to have double
Right,
entrance.
okay. I'm familiar with that area.
So this is what you're gonna have. So this is what I may recommend to you.
Okay.
Number one, I will change the language of the cash flow.
Right.
Minimize the number of years,
Okay.
to be honest. To the extent in which, if possible, bare bones, maybe 5 years, maybe 10 years, but I would not recommend more than that. The city is really in a financial constraints. We have to have some assurances that we're gonna get that funding back. Right now, and this year and the next year, we still have COVID funding, the ARPA money. It has been used for a lot of the improvements. On the next years, we're not gonna have that funding. On the other hand, to promote growth in the city, you cannot promote growth in the city if you don't have apartments.
Right.
There's no place for people to live in the city. And we're having more and more requests to do additional, to duplicate the houses that we have already and to do houses. Now, in the big picture, a project like this is providing you other services that regular developers are not providing. They're providing a community center, Wi-Fi accessibility, other services that are in the community center that they have inside of the building towards those clients. Most of the projects that we receive at the city is small projects, 8, 10 years, 10 apartments. They only sell the apartments in the parking lot. But this project comes with a lot of other items. I'm not a big believer of not receiving the impact fees. I get it, because right now we're struggling with the fire stations. But I hope that in the next year, fire station number 1 is open now. There's still some items that are needed. Fire station 2, we secure a grant and a portion of the ARPA funding. We're gonna need engines in the future. But I can tell you this, $305,000 is not gonna purchase an engine. An engine is about $1.5 million.
Yeah, plus.
So realistically, we need to start looking for grants specifically for improvements. But on the other hand, it will be very hard for the city to secure grants when we don't have a housing element and we're lacking all of the other elements that we don't have. And we're gonna prevent the community from growing up. This development can bring additional people to purchase in the city of Calexico. Yes, it's gonna trigger additional services, but we need to be realistic. If we don't move forward for projects, we're never gonna have growth in the city. We're gonna stall. So in a nutshell, I will recommend to remove the language of the cash flow because I'm not comfortable with that language,
Okay.
and to reduce the number of years, if any. But that's, remember, I'm not making the decisions for you, you make those decisions. I'm just putting things in perspective of the scenarios that you have in front of you.
And that's a very realistic perspective, I would say, about the benefits and the risks and everything.
Yes.
Obviously, one of the sources, other than sales tax in terms of revenue to the city, is property tax that this will generate. Do you have any idea how much property taxes?
This was not gonna create property taxes.
No?
Because I think, if I'm not mistaken,
Oh, because of the affordability.
it's tax credits. You're looking always to do tax credits for these projects. Like, at a certain point, they have secured loans for this project and grants. But there's a time in which they need to pay for those loans from the financing companies. They go and target tax credits to be able to do that. And by default, tax credit means we don't get tax.
Oh, okay, so that's a tax credit on our taxes?
Yes,
the-
sir.
The local,
Yes.
county, and city taxes?
Yes.
Mr. Hinojosa, if you would.
Just to reiterate, this would set a precedent. These nonprofits have salaries that are way beyond our understanding. So, and they can also go into, get a normal loan. And they could easily pay for this, for these fees, you know, if they donate it, you know.
So I'm sorry, but we can't get a normal loan. We've already got all the financing possible from grants and loans for the project.
iBank infrastructure, the state of California?
I'm sorry.
iBank?
If it's available and if it was possible for the project, we would have looked into it. We've looked into every funding source possible to make this work.
Yeah, so we're not gonna get any property tax from this project. So what
So is that because we're not getting a product because
they're nonprofit?
because of nonprofit status?
Yes. So I humbly would recommend that you modify the park, the retention basin park, and if you do move forward with the loan, I would recommend that you state that they're not gonna ask for some more loans on the phase 2, 3, and 4, because they can say right now they're gonna pay for it, but they can come back and say we need another loan. So we've done it's typical to go out into small cities like ours because we qualify for all, we're a persistent poverty county. We qualify for everything. So and their developments are awesome. I love them. But I think we need to set also a precedent that in Calexico we're making changes and we're looking for the best interests of our community. So this project is we've seen this project since 2006, I believe.
Excuse me.
Your plans were approved in 2006.
Not for this project. So this has just been within the last few years. Not 2008 either. This is within the last 4 years that this project's been. We've been working on this deal.
No.
And then for the public park, unfortunately, we can't change the retention basin. This is part of the IIG grant. It is what we had agreed to, and if we do change it, we would have to give the funds back. Also, with regards to the request, I mean, our closing date, our financial closing date, because we did receive the TCAC award, our financial closing date is at the very latest July 10th.
Okay.
So if this gets pushed back further, we do have to give the tax credits back, which would then delay the project for at least another year.
A little longer. I was going to mention the part about precedent is obviously what we're discussing here. This would not be a complicated discussion if we had money and if we didn't have bad precedents.
And it wasn't done before the way they did it before.
Exactly. I mean, already the discussion has
Right.
already changed, right? And sometimes change is not day to night. And the reason I say that is because, yes, absolutely, at the end of the day, I want the city, and just speaking for myself, one person on this 5-person council, um, I want the city to ensure that other nonprofits also are able to benefit from these kinds of loans that we're making, be it UFW, be it Coachella Builders Association, that also, it's unfortunate that there's only been one company that takes advantage of the tax credits and, intelligently asks for these loans. We talked with United Farm Workers, and they have a whole nonprofit that does literally this, right? And that to me is important. I think that we want to build housing, making it easier for market rate housing to happen. Like, we also need to start thinking about not just these loan deferrals. Right now, we really can't do any loan deferrals. Being very honest, right? Not any, but we have to be extremely delicately cautious with any of them. But so I guess that would just be my comment on precedent.
So should we go to recommendation, Mrs.?
I do really like these recommendations. Are these recommendations even feasible? To remove language on cash flow, to reduce a little bit more?
Yeah, so for the 18 years, that's the standard and what we have to stick to. And as far as setting a precedent, I mean, I think each project is different, it's up to the city council, but each project's different, and we can agree to the next 2 phases to not request fee deferral requests, but for fee deferral impact
for the next 2 phases.
For the next 2 phases.
Would that be able to be put in writing?
I think that we can discuss that, but I think for this project specifically, it is something that we are needing.
With with cash, just cash flow, the language on cash flow, what is in your calculations? Is it feasible to modify the language on cash flow in any way?
As far as the 18-year term, no. I don't think that we can modify the cash flow. It's also like per the developer fee regulations. But so for the 18-year term, I think that's something that we need to do.
No, not so much on the number of years, but the specific language that says
Cash
that
flow.
payments within those 18 years will be dependent on excess cash flow. Is the project feasible if that language is removed to give more security to the municipality?
Again, that's something I don't know if I can really speak to answering right now. We'd have to.
Sure. We have to make more calculations, obviously. Okay. ¿Ibas a decir?
Before we go to that, let me just
have a
make
question.
a few comments. I know having. So I attended a few meetings of the Planning Commission when you brought up this project, and yes, rightfully so. Many people showed up to express their concerns and the way that they were looking at this project. And then also I remember very clearly that the issue with the park came up, and that they didn't want the commissioners at that time. They said we don't want a retention basin, and then the response was we'll bring it back for consideration. And now I hear that that's already there. That's not even a point of negotiation. So to me at that time, when I was sitting right there, it was very important because we have had those issues with the parks, and it's going to continue. So that's part of the precedent already, that we continue to do the same thing that we have done for many years. So that's point 1. Point 2, 305,000, whatever that might be. I mean, someone said, you're a nonprofit, with 100 plus employees. What's your cash flow also as a nonprofit or as an entity, right? That you're looking at $305,000, to be something that will break your project. Honestly, I mean, if we were to have that money, we wouldn't have the discussion here as a city. But I'm looking at the fees that you're asking us to defer. These are the same exact things that we have considered all this time that we need help. And to me, it will be responsible and shameful to say, yes, I'm going to give you that. I understand about the housing need and, that we have. But then also the same people that showed up, they're talking about traffic impact. They're talking about fire, police. They're talking about increased traffic. They're talking about impacts to our school. So with this right here, I know you want to say 305,000. How long will that take us? We're very far to our condition that we are in right now. So consciously, I cannot support this. And if this is something that is going to break your project, I have a concern. I mean, I understand that you have all these grants and this looks good, but I mean, if you can't secure any private, funding or lending, or you are the expert. Someone before, alluded to this is very complicated, financing. I get that, right? I'm not an expert, and I'm not going to even attempt to be an expert. But what I'm an expert on is on the need of the community. And unfortunately, as we stand right now, if there's no removal of the language, if there is no guarantee that this will be paid in a predetermined time that this council will determine, and that is also beneficial to us, I'm not in support. That's just my comment.
I have a quick question. What is the amount of development happening in the right-of-way of this project? Meaning sidewalk, curbs, gutters, all that stuff. How much does that cost? And the reason I'm asking this question is because we as a city bears that responsibility.
Right.
If there's no improvements right now, and this project is going to bring those improvements, they're doing it for us.
It's a benefit.
And so, and the only reason I'm bringing this to the table is the following. We have the same issue at the county level for a project in Heber. We were required to have, the county was required to have a stoplight and Pizza Road and Heber Road. That stoplight was going to cost the county $1.5 million, more or less. So our public works director, when Chelsea Investment came on board and say, hey, we got an IIG grant to be able to build that entrance, answering to the two entrances, because it's required for them to have accessibility on both sides. So they said we were able to secure the funding, but in exchange we were required to have part of the impact fees to be deferred. So out of the $800,000 that we were supposed to defer, no, it was more than that, it was like $950,000. Public Works Director says, you know what, Esperanza, it's gonna cost me $1.5 million to do those improvements. They're asking me for $700,000. Given the $700,000, normally should come to my Public Works Department because it's gonna be one less headache. Now, I'm putting this in perspective for your project. As a city, we had to provide improvements to the curbs, gutters, and sidewalks. The retention basin is a requirement that the city makes. And it's a requirement because it means that development doesn't have the storm system in which the water flows and to prevent flooding in that particular development. So that the retention basin can be questioned by anyone, but the reality is if the project doesn't have the stormwater and the facilities to flow that water outside of the development, they are required to build that development. We're seeing it in almost any other project that is isolated. So I just want to clarify the requirement of it. It's not their decision. It's a decision that is made as a requirement for them to prevent floods. So I think that's what I'm asking the question. How much improvements are you making with this project and the right-of-way of the city?
So that's when I need to have my hard cost numbers in front of me. I don't know specifically off the top of my head for those improvements, but I mean, if we had a hard cost, I could.
It sounds like there's a lot of variables we need to hone in to make this. I know we're already very late in terms of what this timeline is. Would the numbers that satisfy these questions be able to come in, say, May 8th, May 10th, so we can make a decision?
Yeah, and I was just wondering, I know Ms. Collier-Warren, you're familiar with Heidi, she's my supervisor, she's also on the phone too, if it's possible that I can call her in really quickly.
Yes, of course.
Because she said she was
will
having,
provide the information.
she said she was having trouble with the link, so.
Because
Collier. And the city requires a retention basis project because?
So when the developer is required to submit a set of plans for city's inspection. When those city plans comes to the city, our building inspectors and everybody has to analyze, and we hire an engineer to review those plans. If the engineer determines, based on the number of apartments and everything and the expectation of the rain, they need to have a stormwater. If
Okay.
there's nothing available around that area, then a retention
So
basin
that's
is
what we
required.
require it.
That's part of
because
our requirements.
has an
It's
impact in case of
It's
flood.
not them coming and offering a retention basin, it's our requirement.
Yeah, I'm ready. So I have Heidi on. She's my supervisor. Heidi, I have you up next to the speakerphone, so hopefully we can make this work.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and City Manager. Sorry I can't be there, just personal reasons I couldn't make it out tonight. So there are a number of different questions that have been asked along the way, and with regard to the IIG funding, as Scott mentioned, the total dollar amount is $3.85 million. That's for all of the IIG improvements. With regard to how much of that is Sheridan versus Highway 98 versus the retention basin, we can get you those numbers. I've been trying to find them here on the computer, and I can't find them quickly to be able to rattle them off to you. But we can certainly get you those numbers. There was mention about the term of the loan. There was also mention of cash flow, that the payments are to be made from cash flow. So our lenders and investors will not allow us to change that language. This is considered a soft loan, so it is based out of residual receipts. And as Scott had mentioned, the underwriting, the regulations and the lenders investors, they will not allow us to defer more than 50% of our developer fee, because that's typically how you close some of these gaps, is you defer developer fee. Well, we're at the point where we are right at about where the lenders and investors say you can't defer anymore. And Esperanza, you know how these cash flows work with the waterfall coming down. The regulations require that we pay the deferred fee first, the deferred developer fee first, and then the cash comes down. And certainly you're right about the cash flows are very slim on these projects. As you know, it's affordable housing, so even if market rents go up certain percentages, ours don't necessarily follow exactly in line with market rents going up. So we have a much smaller net cash flow that comes every year because of, as you mentioned earlier as well, we have the operating expenses that come along with operating these properties. So so on the pro forma itself, cash flow, the expectation is frankly, that you're not going to get much cash during the course of that 18-year period. However, at year 18, you will get the balloon payment or whatever is left of the payment, as well as you'll be accruing the interest along the way. We have had the instance in Calexico years ago. It was not a development fee deferral loan, but it was a city loan, and we did repay that one. Let's see, that one was, our project was Calexico Family, and I think that was about $400,000, and that one was paid off in 2020. So we did pay that one off. It was a little different structure in terms of what the loan was called. It wasn't fee deferral, I think it was just a straight soft loan, but that was paid off. So we do pay off the loans. Well, the reason why year 18 is important to us is from a tax credit perspective. We have the tax credit investor comes into the partnership, and they're the ones that get the benefit of the tax credits, or that incremental value on the tax credits. And so they are required to be in the deal for 15 years. And so by in the deal for 15 years, it's in the deal after the deal has been placed in service, meaning after TCO. So that's when their 15-year clock starts. With a loan with you all, the clock would start when we close into financing, which would be, in this deal, we're targeting the end of June, because drop dead date with TCAC to be able to close and show permit readiness is July 10th. So our day one with you is, 2 months away, or a month away now, we're in May. And so it's going to take us about 18 months max to build the units. And then we have an additional 6 months on top of that to finish all of the IIG improvements. So they'll take a little bit longer. And so we want to make sure we give ourselves ample cushion from that actual date where we place things in service, and then that 15-year clock starts ticking on the investor. So then what happens after the 15 years, the investor, their purpose is to secure the tax credits, and that's why they are in these deals. So what typically happens is in year 16, 17, 18, but in your year, it's years, 17 or 18, then we refinance, and so the capital stack is modified because we buy out the limited partner. They're out of the deal, and then at that point, then that's when we pay you off. And so that's why year 18 is critical. There was discussion about, can we do it in 10 years or 12 years, and the answer is no, for that reason. So I just wanted to make sure that I gave you some of that background as to how these deals are financed and kind of what happens down the road as to why 18 years is important, as well as why the payment from residual receipts and the cash flow is important. It's because of regulations and lender and investor underwriting requirements. So I hope that helps clarify a few things for you.
It's good to know that at least one of these loans has been paid back, and subsequently, my grandma lives there. I can imagine if that development didn't happen, my grandma would not have a home.
Does anyone have any questions?
They're discussing internally.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
yes. But this council,
I still have a lot more.
We need more
I need more time.
information, more change for the condition is necessary. This item table for the next.
Ms. Colio, would we table that you would work with them and then get back to us? Yeah.
Oh, special meetings, that's okay.
this
Special
is
meeting,
pretty
trying to
time
wait 2 weeks.
sensitive.
Right, how much time you need, Ms. Colio? A week? A couple of days? Next week? Because we're on a conference this week, so.
Tenemos que ser más eficientes. La junta pasada quedamos que esta la íbamos a resolver. Entonces, tiene que haber más trabajo en ese contrato. Debió de haber sido revisado, señora Colio. Debió de ser revisado por el abogado y ya traernos algo más específico. Prácticamente estamos negociando aquí el contrato y ya habíamos visto este item hace 2 semanas. O sea, wow.
Translate that, maybe.
Así no es posible trabajar. Pero entiendo, we need table this item and next meeting for maybe a special meeting for the next week, no?
What Ms. Romo is saying is that this council needs to be a little bit more efficient with the way it makes decisions. She's talking about that it should have gone through city administration, city attorney a little bit more quicker, just to need these out, but she's ultimately saying that she would like to see a tabling of this item. Manzanares requested that it be special meeting because it is time sensitive, so, but we do, definitely need a couple more days to do this. Any motions? Yes, a comment?
If for whether it brings till next meeting on the 17th or whether it's a special meeting, you guys mentioned that you guys have several projects around the valley. I would kind of like to see those, and if those projects have been generated any cash flow I want to know if those cities are actually getting payments from this sort of projects that you guys have done around the valley. I know that every project is different, so maybe some of them haven't received anything yet, maybe some of them have. It would just put into a picture for us to be like, okay, well, what we can sort of expect.
Well, to me, I'm sorry, to me it's very clear. To me, I just vote to deny this because here we go tabling this again. So at least we tell them where we stand already, because come next time, we might have another issue. that comes up, and we need more information. And I think, this has become a habit of tabling items. And we already have something that we have been tabling, and that's a lot of work that we're putting on. So, it was already said that, it's 18 years. So that's something that we were also asking, if that time frame could be reduced, and the answer is there already. So to me, I don't need another meeting. I move for denial of this application.
No, denial para rechazar. Is there a second to that motion? The motion.
My first motion, what happened with my first?
No hiciste, estabas insinuando.
motion to table.
Déjame hacer esta pregunta. There's a motion to deny by Mr. Garcia on the floor. Is there a second to that motion? Going once, going twice on the second. Motion dies due to lack of second. Is there any other motions on the floor?
Okay, a motion to approve. This item is table for review the condition for the contract and 1 week.
1 week.
And a special meeting. Again, this item.
Would you, would you like, do you have a specific date for your motion, Fecha?
I don't know.
Pienso que dijo la Colio que martes fuera buen día. Martes, miércoles.
I remember I go to Mexico the next
Todos se van a ir a
week.
México. Tú te vas a ir a México, tú te vas a ir a México, yo también voy a ir a México.
Oye, es mi regalo de Día de Mamás.
Ay, pues decidió ser
Es
vicealcaldesa.
el regalo del Día de Mamás. Me llevan a un viaje. Ay, no.
Sí, pues ni modo. Pues,
Entonces, que a date to be
No
determined
puedo
based on
dar los
quorum,
boletos.
right?
based on-
Simple.
Okay. Entonces, variable en la fecha.
Yeah.
No, yo no
Would
voy
you do
a
the
estar aquí
15th?
next week. Sorry.
El 15? Monday? So that it's
6
alone,
to
because I don't want to add it to the regular
Regreso
agenda.
el 13.
El 13, el 15.
Por eso te digo. No,
El 15.
like, I'm suggesting 15 as a
Okay.
special meeting.
Lunes, ajá. Yes.
Este lunes que rápido.
Yeah.
Quiero Monday.
The 15th, May.
The 15th.
Monday for a definitive decision?
Monday.
Monday 15th?
Monday 15th?
Is that,
Thank you.
I know that's the tightest of tightness.
Yeah, I mean, if that's as soon as that you're able to do, I think that's what we have to make that work. But like I said, we're really pushing up against that
Yeah.
deadline. So
Yeah.
continuing the table, just I don't think that's, hopefully that can be the final.
I mean, we could do it sooner if you want to meet me in Mexico City, but, more than glad.
Yeah, I was actually just there a few months ago. I
Oh.
love it. It's great.
Monday 15th.
Just 2 weeks. Almost next city council meeting. Monday,
Yeah,
when's the
might
next
as
city
well
council
be
meeting? So,
Wednesday.
but we don't want to put it because it's a general. Can we do it next week? No, you're not gonna do it.
17, ¿verdad?
No day during the week?
I mean, unless it's well. Vamos a enviar. It's gotta be 15.
Ok, pues la moción está puesta. ¿No le quieres poner fecha?
Ahora estamos a 3.
For me and Friday, that's okay.
No, but the point is to get information.
Yeah, I
Like, no.
Ya no va a
You know.
ser.
The information that was submitted for this meeting, it was submitted today on October 27th.
Yeah.
37?
So it's better we give ourselves time anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
Has to be the regular city.
Is there a motion right now on the floor?
There's a motion, but I'm just asking her to clarify the date. Pero
So we can't get agreement, let's just put it back to the city council
sí,
meeting. Then we'll all be here.
nomás ponlo table.
Yeah.
Si gustas. Table sin fecha.
Yeah, to be determined.
This item.
Second.
Second, just a general table. Okay, sounds good. Roll call vote on this table.
Mayor Ureña,
Yes.
Mayor Romo,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
No.
Councilmember Manzanares.
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes to table this 4-1. With that, we're just going to move on very briefly to future agenda items, our last item. Starting on my very left, Mr. Manzanares, I know you had a
Council.
pending item.
None for me.
Not for this one?
I think, no, thank you.
No, nothing for future agenda items.
Yeah.
I'm about driving on the day. That's what I'm driving.
Miss Colia,
Señora Cole.
excuse me. For the next meeting, look for the presentation on lithium. For lithium and the Imperial Valley. And it's possible bring a proposal, please, for Calexico.
Proposal for Calexico?
For what?
Of what?
No sé, una carta, algo que tengamos que hacer.
Oh, actually, I brought it. That's going to be on the next meeting, right?
Eso me
So,
refería.
okay.
Proposal for Calexico for what?
Lithium spending plan.
Lithium, okay.
There's actually a letter already written and submitted.
Lo que dijo Daniela.
It's the month's,
That's
is
the
your
letter I
letter.
submitted.
Okay.
I try to submit it as an emergency, but honestly.
Present a report on all ARPA used in the parks.
Park ARPA, okay.
Mayor, I do have one request.
One request from Mr. Moran?
It has to do with healthcare. I know if we wanted to have a update from Heifer Memorial.
Yes.
They have a couple of projects, plus also the Imperial Valley, what's going on with the healthcare system. I mean, I know that the press representative was here tonight, and he should at least come and give us an update. They've been going up to meetings, and we do give them some money. They do get money from our taxpayers, and what's the plan?
Okay, so
Request an update from Heffernan.
Heffernan,
Yeah.
not from the one general hospital that they want to build.
Well, they're involved in the
They're involved in
building
this
they're
one
gonna open
too.
over here, which is in our jurisdiction. Then nobody's come up here. What's the update? What's the plan?
Okay,
On
okay.
Just
On
this
the Murray.
on everything.
And everything they got, and then also the healthcare system is gonna be, would they be deal with, yeah. They're also involved with those talks, because they had meetings with
Okay.
Garcia. I mean,
So Heffernan update,
right, you know.
keep it open so they can present on everything.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Garcia, any future agenda items?
Just, as we had discussed, Esperanza, I know summer is here. I mean, well, not the heat, not summer yet, I think, it's just spring, technically.
Don't
If
call
we
it.
can- Yeah, if we can identify maybe some cooling centers or hydration centers. I know that the county already is working on their plan, so I think as a city, we should have our plan. So if you can
What-
bring, I think that's time is of the essence on that.
I'll already find one. The fire station #1.
Okay.
And just be aware, we're gonna try to push for the grand opening of the fire station #1.
Next week, right?
Well, nobody's gonna be here next week. Everybody's gonna go to Mexico, right?
Yo sí
I'm
voy
gonna
a
be
estar
here.
aquí.
Invite me, I'll go there.
Yo sí voy a estar
Pero
aquí.
ya
I'm
está,
always
ya
here.
está approved, ya está certified, like it's already open technically.
You approved today the notice to proceed. Where firefighters are already moving in. They actually moved some of them over there. So we should be having, maybe I'm gonna do it for the following
It's just a
week.
ceremony at this point, right?
It's just a ceremonial thing, yes.
Well, we're also getting the 2 new ambulances, so.
Yes,
Let's-
well, maybe if we wait that
Oh,
week,
yeah.
then we'll have the ambulance, a brand new ambulance as well.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I only had 2 items that were already mentioned. Is to, ¿cómo se dice? Create to give a call to the Mexican consulate to see what it is that they need for the cooling center. They said that they were willing to man or to staff public restrooms for the community, to operate to supervise, to clean, and all that stuff. I would definitely propose it under downtown ARPA because it would be a walkable restroom to downtown. Temporary cooling options for the promenade, whether it's temporary shades while we get to the bigger shades. And the other one is with the Farm Worker Coalition to talk to that little group of nonprofits. Two on this one. They gave us a letter, pretty much to take the logos off of this letter and to in some form run it through legal and see what's the best way if we can adopt this also or endorse this. This letter.
Spanish, right?
It's English and Spanish. It's this letter from this coalition. I want to see if there's a way that we can also endorse this, even if we have to remove the other entities, because one of them is a political party, so that might be a, como se dice, a legal, thing. If we need to adopt this as our own letter to explore what way we can endorse this. Sí.
When you say endorse, it's just a supporting letter?
Sí.
Okay.
A supporting letter for these people. And also see just on a surface level, just start identifying what it is that they need for their projects. Do they want trailers? Do they just start organizing? Does that make sense? No? These people want to help the people that are coming at 2 in the morning, right?
Yes.
It's unclear what it is that they need from the city, whether it's the tents, trailers, a lot, I don't know. I would like the city to contact them and see what it is that they need, pretty much. Does that make sense? And also tell us what is feasible and what's not feasible. As a report, not necessarily an action item, but just as a report before we proceed, if we're gonna proceed.
And just to piggyback on this idea, which I approve on that, if they can contact me, I have some funding sources available for that.
For this
It won't cost the city nothing.
All right. Well,
I do have one suggestion, Ms. City Manager. Could you get in contact and work with the recreation manager to get an estimate on replacing the roof panels from the inside the community center on 7th Street?
That would be Public Works.
¿Perdón?
Public Works.
Sí. Well, es que ya es tarde.
Yeah, sí, es tarde.
Just because I went to check it out last week,
And to that point, I just want to make sure that we are doing replacement of the roof, repairs.
Right.
So we need to do the repairs before we replace the panels, because
Of
if
course.
it rains again, the panels are going to be damaged.
Of course, because I'm asking for like an estimate, no que se haga ahorita, right?
Okay.
So that we can start working towards it, because yes, the inside roof panels are not
Yes.
included with the reparations of the roof.
No, I
So
understand.
yeah, they're gonna
Yes.
get damaged, as the ones right now are like
Uh-huh.
water damage horribly.
Yes.
So that's
So
noted, registered, what is needed?
Yes.
Okay, all right, sounds good. Any further agenda items?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by
Second.
Mr. Garcia.
Third, five.
Third, five, I know.
Aye.
Ms. Romo, seconds. All those in favor signify by
Aye.
saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.